Well, good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee's inquiry into democracy and human rights in Myanmar. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. I am Senator Henderson, Chair of the committee, and I'm joined by the Deputy Chair, Senator Ciccone, Senator Whittaker, Senator Smith and Senator Collins. I expect Senator Shoebridge will be with us shortly. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. On that note, and I also just will say in advance that we will need to suspend prior to 9 o'clock due to party room commitments by Liberal senators. So I do apologise in advance for that disruption. We will try and minimise the disruption of this morning's hearing as best we can. But on that note, I'm now very pleased to hand over to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and welcome to your welcome for your participation. But I think we're going to invite you to make an opening statement.
No, I'm sorry. That was my error. I've meant to welcome the witness. Apologies. So I now welcome Dr. Tun Aung Shwe from the Representative Office of the National Unity Government of Myanmar. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you so much, and good morning, chairs, deputy chairs, and member of the Senate Reference Committee. So thank you so much for opportunity for appear today. And my name is Tun Aung Shwe, the representative of the National Unity Government of Myanmar. I'm here with my capacity as a representative of the National Unity Government. I'm here to advocate for a peaceful return of to civilian rule and then the genuine federal democracy in Myanmar.
Thank you. Could I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So today I'm here to advocate with my evidence cover 5 key points. The first is the state of human rights in Myanmar. So since the coup, the Myanmar military weaponized the law and used digital surveillance to crash dissent. The result is a humanitarian disaster in Myanmar. Airstrikes on civilian areas, schools, hospitals, and clinics and religious buildings have displaced over 4 million people. 16.2 million people now rely on aid to survive. The junta is destroying the country just to keep power. The second point is the military's election is a sham. The first elections in last December and January were designed to secure military supremacy, not democracy. Opposition parties were dissolved and leaders arrested. Voting only happens in very limited area. Millions of people rejected the elections. We must not recognize this junta's upcoming fake parliaments and so-called elected government. The third, the barriers to peace are structural. The military actively rejects civilian rule. To survive, they rely on militias that fuel world economy that builds on drugs and scams. This destroys the rule of law. Real transition is impossible in Myanmar without breaking this cycle of military control and criminal governance. The fourth, this is a direct threat to Australia. Myanmar's chaos hurts Australian communities. Today, over 80% of the methamphetamines on Australian streets come from Myanmar warlords. Australians are also losing billions to scam centers operating in our border areas. The criminal networks thrive on instability in Myanmar. Restoring democracy is the only way to stop the flow of drugs and scams, fraud. Finally, the fifth component, there is a credible alternative. The Federal Democracy Charter offers a viable civilian-led pathway. Agreed upon by their resistance, these trusted roadmaps prioritize a new federal constitution before holding elections. It ensures civilian control over the military and to end the decades-long armed conflict in Myanmar. It is the only, in conclusion, I would like to say, this is the only legitimate framework for the future of Myanmar. Thank you so much, chairs and senators.
Thank you very much. I now give the call to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to begin by welcoming you and thanking you for the advocacy that you've undertaken for a number of years now here in Australia, but also to acknowledge the resilience of the Burmese communities throughout the world, of course in Myanmar itself, but to especially acknowledge the resilience of the Burmese community here in Australia, who have maintained a very, very strong and loud voice in opposing the military coup. When we think about the immediacy of the issues and challenges in Myanmar at the moment, would you agree that dismantling or disrupting the Burmese military's capability for airstrikes on civilian populations is the most urgent issue? And just to put this in context, just in the last few days, further evidence that airstrikes being used to bomb innocent people, children in schools, churches, places of worship and hospitals, just to sort of remind people of the gravity of what is happening. And of course, airstrikes disrupt the ability of ethnic armed organisations and civilian resistance to continue to progress the revolution, disrupts their ability to make strategic gains against the regime. Would you agree that the focus must be now on disrupting the importation and distribution of aviation fuel?
Thank you so much, Senator Smith. I totally agree with you. So to cut off the supply chain, jet fuel supply chain to Myanmar is a very urgent thing to do, because Myanmar military is now totally relying on its air power to attack civilians across the country. So last night, Myanmar military attacked civilian in Miao U city, which is in the northern part of, located in northern part of Rakhine states. Hit few civilians killed by airstrikes last night, so very recent. So Myanmar military attacking civilians every day by airstrike in across country. So the most important thing is to cut off the fuel supply chain to Myanmar. Second thing is the financial supply to Myanmar military. So according to our records, the Myanmar migrants workers remittance to Myanmar is suddenly increased 4 to 6 times from October to now. So it is impossible that the Myanmar migrant worker got 6 times salary within a month. So it is clearly showed that Myanmar military using that channel for the financing. So it may be related to scam centers and then other illicit business. So this is also an area to investigate the channel.
Which then leads me to a question about the strength and responsiveness of the sanctions regime that is in place, not just Australia's, but the international sanctions regime. Have you been able to identify any specific areas or actions that Australia should take, but is not taking, to strengthen the sanctions regime to consciously and deliberately interrupt the importation and distribution of aviation fuel?
Thank you so much. I do believe that one of the targeted sessions to the area is the shipment insurance agency, given the working with the fuel supply chain in shipments. So if we are able to consider the maritime insurance company who are working with the company transporting the fuel, there will be a choke point to stop the jet fuel supply chain. The second thing is Myanmar Military Control Bank, so Central Bank of Myanmar and other banks in Myanmar Economic Banks. So these are another way to, it's a choke point for the financial sanctions.
In evidence to this committee, in their written submission, Justice for Myanmar has identified 2 specific recommendations in regards to strengthening Australia's sanction regime. If you've had an opportunity to review those 2 recommendations, do you support the enforcement of those 2 recommendations? Yeah. This is the submission from Justice for Myanmar.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to look at the Justice for Myanmar submission, but I'm going to look at it, yeah. And then I will submit another short paper to Secretariat for the committee consideration.
Final 2 questions from myself before the Chair invites others. Is it your observation that there is clear evidence now of cooperation between the Iranian regime and the Burmese military regime regards the importation of aviation fuel into Myanmar and the use of that aviation fuel, those fuel imports, to attack innocent people through airstrikes? Do you believe that there is enough compelling evidence internationally to support that claim?
Yes, I do believe. So according to the reliable sources, including medias and then the investigative organizations, watchdog organization, this is a very reliable information that Iranian companies providing the jet fuel supply to Myanmar.
And on exactly this point, there has been a public report from Reuters which identifies the vessels that are used to import aviation fuel. One of those vessels is sanctioned by Australia's sanction regime. The other one is not. And I'll be asking officials from the Foreign Affairs and Trade Department this morning to provide an explanation about why one vessel is sanctioned and the other is not, and the speed at which they will now move to sanction all of those vessels. Just turning to the matter of humanitarian assistance. How has the withdrawal and change of composition of US aid undermined the delivery of humanitarian assistance to refugees and displaced persons? In addition to that, is this reason enough for the Australian government to increase its level of humanitarian assistance to fill that gap? And then any comments or observations you might have about how we can introduce much greater flexibility into Australia's humanitarian assistance program to better support diaspora communities like those in Western Australia and other places across the country to provide humanitarian support to refugees and to displaced people in Myanmar.
Yes, I do agree. Since the US aid stepped back for the humanitarian assistance to Myanmar, the refugee camps along the Thai-Myanmar border, they suffer a lot, including the Meadow Clinic, which is one of the very significant clinics. Many Myanmar migrant workers rely on this medical center. So Meadow Clinic is another one suffer from the step back of the U.S. humanitarian assistance. And I do appreciate the Australian government providing the humanitarian assistance. It's the biggest donor to Myanmar today. And then, yes, Myanmar diaspora community in Australia, they are tirelessly working with people in Myanmar on ground, supporting by various means. So if Australian government able to consider the Myanmar diaspora community, especially the registered diaspora organizations in Australia, as one of the best ways to support and to reach to those in needs in Myanmar.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your constant advocacy in what are very difficult circumstances. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Look, are there any other questions from any other senators? Oh, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Aung Shui. It's a real privilege to have you here today and hearing your testimony. Thank you so much. I just had some follow-up questions on the humanitarian situation. Can you give us a sense as to whether any more displaced persons or refugees had to go to the Thai-Burma border as a result of the elections? Was there any violence or any fear that was driving that displacement?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator Collins. So one of the pushing factors for the Myanmar people to flee from Myanmar is forced conscriptions. The second thing is the airstrikes, and then the attack on the civilian area. The third one is the hunger. So now over 62 million people, they are relying on the international aid. And then because of the Myanmar military full-cut strategies, so cutting food and then information, recruits and intelligence, many people are suffering. So these are the drivers pushing the Myanmar people abandon their home and birthplace and flee to neighboring country, especially Thailand.
And are the people in the Thai-Burma border camps, I understand are there still 9 camps operating on the...
Yes.
Are they getting the food that they need there, or is that increasingly under pressure with the cuts in aid?
They are under enormous pressure. So their advocates are approaching our Myanmar diaspora community in Australia to support as much as we can. So even in very near, Dr. Cynthia Mao, who ran the Meadow Clinic, she has to make a visit to Australia. So the main reason is to discuss about this situation, and then they get assistance from the Myanmar diaspora community and Australian organization.
Sorry, who's making the trip to Australia to get support, did you say? Can you just clarify what you said for me, please?
Dr. Cynthia Mao.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the camps are relying on the diaspora to provide, to fill the gaps in support that you need in the refugee camps, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Have you had any indication at all from the Australian government as to whether they would be increasing their support?
Yep. So according to the humanitarian assistance figures, Australian government increased the humanitarian assistance, but informations are very limited. So I do not know that allocation of the funding where to UN agency or ASEAN or the refugee camps. So that is the very limited information. So I do not know, although the figure is increased.
Can you give us a sense, please, of the elections and how much of the eligible voting population actually voted in this current election, recent election?
Yeah, so according to the very recent report from Altisan and then the data from Myanmar, the eligible voting population is 35 million. But only 12 million participated in the elections, the votes. So only 32%.
Okay, and is that because of, was that out of fear, or was it because they were rejecting the premise of the election?
Actually, they didn't recognize the elections. So on 10th of December last year, so Myanmar diaspora organizations and then the activists in Myanmar, they mobilized the community across the country to join the silent strikes, so showing the people reject the election. So on 10th of December, the whole country was silent. No one on the streets, a few people on the roads. So that show the Myanmar people rejections on the sham elections. But on the day, because of some fears due to the, Myanmar military's election protection law and then other scrutinies process, some people went to a poll station and vote, but actually they don't want to.
Given, can I ask a clarifying question on the voting population? Is it compulsory to vote in Myanmar?
No.
No. So given that, given such low numbers of the population actually voted, has the government recognised this election as legitimate still?
No, not at all, because many people went to poll station, including some of my relatives in Myanmar, because they fear that if they do not join do not go to poll station, they will be arrested on some pressures from the local authority. That is why they went to the poll station, not their own will, but because of fear.
Did they have an opportunity to vote for an opposition? Were there any opposition parties on the ballot paper?
Actually, they do not have choice because of the real opposition parties are already banned through the party registration laws in very early stage of the electoral process.
So on polling day, they really had only the opportunity to vote for the incumbent, for the government.
Yes,
is that correct?
So the military backup political parties, USDP, and the other military proxy parties of the Myanmar military. Mm-hmm. So they do not have choice for the proper one.
And has the Australian government recognised these elections as legitimate, or have they voiced concern about the legitimacy of them?
Australian government make a public statement on 1st February 2026, and they clearly mentioned that the election is not free and fair and didn't meet minimum status of the electoral principles and norms. So it's me. I do believe the Australian government does not recognize the election.
So have they conceded that they will not recognise the Myanmar government as being the legitimate government post the election? Or have they just said that it's not free and fair?
In the statement, it's mentioned that going to look at the upcoming authorities. So it's me, Australian government, going to look at the so-called parliaments and then the so-called elected government. So in my recommendation, I request that Australian government not to legitimize the upcoming so-called elected government anyway, and then the parliaments.
Yeah. And just a question on the central bank sanctions. Can you give me a sense of how widely supported or accepted that is within the National Unity Government, but also the broader population? I mean, is there a sense that it will have a big impact on the economy, or it's a necessary sanction to be able to bring this government to its knees?
Yeah, National Unity Government fully support to sanctions against the Central Bank of Myanmar, because according to our records, the targeted economic sanctions against the Myanmar foreign trade banks and then the other associate banks are very effective, and then the Myanmar military very struggles after getting the sanctions. So now they are relying on the central bank and then the other associate banks. So we don't think it will impact on the people of Myanmar, because Myanmar people already suffer a lot, and then they have no more to lose.
Well, I just want to thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for everything that you're doing for your country here in Australia. They are very lucky to have you, Dr. Aung Shui.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Collins. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for making the time to be with us and to share your evidence. I just was hoping you might be able to talk us through the engagement that the National Unity Government currently has with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Oh, yes. Actually, the NUG Foreign Affairs Minister had a meeting with Senator Penny Wong in last year, November, and very recently, the NUG Foreign Minister Zimao had a meeting with Australian Ambassador to Myanmar, the Ambassador Angela Kokoram, last week. So we do have a regular engagement and regular catch-up and updating the progress in Myanmar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator Whittaker. Senator Smith, you've got a couple further questions?
I do. Would you like to reflect on the success of the Malaysian leadership of ASEAN?
Yes.
And how Malaysia's leadership might set a positive model or a positive template for future ASEAN engagement?
Yeah, so Malaysian chairmanship last year made a significant move for the ASEAN intervention on the Myanmar.
Positive move.
Crisis. Very positive. Yeah, very positive. So the very significant thing is Malaysian Prime Minister had a meeting with the NUG Prime Minister. This is the ever first time that counterparts meeting officially and openly. And then Malaysian government and its special envoy to Myanmar office hold a series of stakeholder engagement meetings. So I also attended the 4 meetings in Kuala Lumpur last year as part of the NUG delegation. So during the process, we reached to the common political agreements that how NUG and then the alliance organization going to participate with the ASEAN 5-point consensus on the 3 important agendas. So humanitarian assistance, constructive dialogues, and then another thing is humanitarian dialogue and cessation of violence. So we do have we able to achieve the common political agreement on these 3 agendas. And then very luckily, the successor of the Malaysian chairmanship, the Philippine government and its special envoy in Myanmar continue carry on the Malaysia's process, the same format, same pattern, and same commitments.
Has the National Unity Government been able to impress upon the United Nations Special Envoy for Myanmar, Ms. Bishop, the primacy and urgency of sanctions on aviation fuel, improved sanctions and stronger sanctions?
We do have a very limited, not limited. So according to, from my point of view, the UN Special Envoy to Myanmar has a very limited access to that area. That we had a meeting with her last year, in part with Myanmar Diaspora Organization and myself, and she explained a lot about her achievement and also the engagement with the various stakeholders. But in terms of the sanction regimes, she has a very limited capacity to reach on this kind of intervention.
Technical limitation perhaps, but people can use their voice and their positions and their authority to speak up on issues.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear the United Nations Special Envoy talk more about the primacy of the aviation fuel issue and
yes,
the importance
definitely.
of tackling that in order to bring significant disruption to the military's regime in Myanmar and to improve the livelihoods of those women and children and people in hospitals and churches and schools, so that they can at least be free from this reign of terror that the regime is able to disperse across many parts of Myanmar through its airstrikes against innocent people. Would you like the United Nations to speak up on that issue?
Yes, definitely. And then I requested her, because she had a significant achievement regarding the Syria situation when she was a foreign minister of Australia. So according to her efforts, the UN agency in the neighboring country of Syria are able to provide the cross-border humanitarian assistance to Syria. So I requested her to consider this similar approach for Myanmar, because of the UN agency in Yangon are not able to reach out to those in need, because of people in the most vulnerable communities and victims live in the contested area in our control area. So UN agency have very limited effort to reach out to them. So if UN agency in neighboring country, India, Thailand, Laos, and Bangladesh, able to provide the cross-border assistance, that can make a difference.
So when we think about humanitarian assistance, a key point of advocacy should be trying to replicate the UN experience in Syria in Myanmar, to provide to allow for cross-border UN support, so that in the remote areas, perhaps the border of India and northwestern Burma in Chin State, but also across the Thai border, the Syrian experience and model would be a very effective humanitarian model to be deployed now in regards to the Myanmar crisis.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Thank you so much for your attendance this morning. We are most grateful. The committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice are provided by Friday, the 27th of February, 2026. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chair.
I would now ask that the next witnesses move to the table and welcome representatives from Human Rights Watch and the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar Online. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Or full names, I should say. And we might start... Who's online, sorry. Mr Sidoti, if you could kick off,
Thank you,
that would
Chair.
be great.
My name is Christopher Sidoti. I'm appearing today on behalf of two organisations, the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar and the Human Rights Council of Australia. These two organisations made a joint submission to the inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr Sidoti. And to Human Rights Watch.
Hello, Chair. I'm Elaine Pearson. I'm the Asia Director of Human Rights Watch.
Good morning. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daniela Gavshon. I'm the Australia Director of Human Rights Watch.
I would now like to invite both organisations, representatives from both organisations, to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks I will invite members of the committee to answer questions. In advance, as I indicated, we will be suspending around about 10 to 9 because of our party room commitments, so please, apologies in advance. Thank you for bearing with us due to this unexpected situation that Liberal senators are in. So first...
Can I just, for the record, apologise for being late? I was at the National Apology Breakfast this morning. I think Senator, with other senators as well.
Senator Shoebridge, welcome. I did indicate that you would be joining us, so expected. Thanks. So thank you very much for being here this morning as well. Firstly, to an opening statement from Human Rights Watch.
Great. Well, thank you for inviting us to take part in this hearing on Myanmar, a crisis which is just too often overlooked. As highlighted in the recent statement by Foreign Minister Wong, we're 5 years on from the military coup, but the people of Myanmar are facing escalating violence and repression at the hands of the military junta. The junta's assault on the population has decimated every facet of life in the country. The military's atrocities, including war crimes and crimes against humanity, have escalated over this past year as the junta sought to entrench its rule through abusive military operations and fraudulent elections. The sham elections, held in December and January, were organised to ensure a win for the military's proxy party and obtain legitimacy for a military-controlled state. As expected and by design, the military has claimed a landslide victory. Since the coup, the junta has systematically dismantled the rule of law and the country's nascent democratic institutions. The takeover effectively ended Myanmar's limited democratic transition under Aung San Suu Kyi's National League for Democracy. The recent elections are a sham because the junta has crushed all political opposition, shuttering at least 40 political parties have been forced to disband. Ahead of the polls, authorities issued a slew of draconian laws and policies and arrested at least 400 people under a so-called election protection law passed in July. China and Russia, the junta's primary suppliers of aircraft and arms, both sent election observers. The two countries have long supported the junta while blocking international action on Myanmar at the UN Security Council. With increased Chinese and Russian support, the Myanmar military air and drone strikes increased 30% last year. Aerial attacks hit schools, hospitals, religious sites, displacement camps, killing thousands of civilians over the past year. Since late 2024, the military has increasingly used armed paramotors from which pilots drop mortar rounds without any targeting capacity. Myanmar also remains one of the few countries using banned cluster munitions and anti-personnel landmines. The recruitment and use of child soldiers has surged since the coup. There are about 5.6 million people displaced internally and across borders. Foreign aid cuts, skyrocketing prices, and restrictions on medical care and humanitarian supplies have exacerbated malnutrition, waterborne illness, and preventable deaths. The junta authorities have arrested more than 30,000 people. More than 2,200 have died in custody. These atrocities have been met with dwindling international aid and attention. The international response has so far failed to exert sufficient leverage on the military, which continues to violate the December 2022 Security Council resolution, the ASEAN 5-point consensus, and numerous other international calls. In terms of concrete recommendations, we can get into these. They are noted in the submission. But firstly, Australia should urge other governments in the region to reject the outcome of the sham elections. It's important to counterbalance the support from China, Russia, and other regional countries that are backing these election results. So we need a very clear, emphatic message that these sham elections only serve to entrench the military-dominated repression and abuses. Australia should also coordinate with other governments to identify gaps in existing sanctions, to expand and better enforce mechanisms to cut the military off from the revenue funding its atrocities. Australia should also institute a total ban on the sale of aviation fuel. To better support people in need, Australia should expand its humanitarian aid, political and technical support for Myanmar civil society and opposition groups. The government should also increase resettlement and visas for educational work for Myanmar asylum seekers, including Rohingya. And lastly, Australia should explore every avenue for justice and accountability for the junta's grave crimes, including through the Universal Jurisdiction Framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr Sidoti, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. A few comments.
Yes.
The situation in Myanmar today is without precedent in the almost 80-year history of Burma, then Myanmar, since independence. There have been civil wars repeatedly over those 80 years, but never a situation like the current one where virtually the entire country is at war. There have been uprisings in the past, but never one that has gone on for 5 years, is nationwide and shows no sign of ending. The result of this situation is that the country is in absolute crisis. Human rights crisis, humanitarian crisis, political crisis and economic crisis. Human Rights Watch has well presented an overview of the current crisis and its impact on the people of Myanmar. Our submission deals with two principal points. First, it indicates why the recent junta-inspired elections cannot be accepted as free and fair or in any way legitimate. Second, it makes a number of very specific recommendations. In my comments, though, I want to point to an overarching need, and that is the need for a new initiative outside Myanmar at a regional level to bring about a breakthrough. Not only is the situation inside the country continuing with war, with repression and increasing poverty, but outside there is stalemate. The Security Council is unable to act because of vetoes from Russia and China. The General Assembly hasn't considered Myanmar properly for a number of years. ASEAN started off very positively with a groundbreaking 5-point consensus in April 2021. But ASEAN itself has not known what to do since then. I think it's accurate to say that ASEAN has goodwill, but no strategy for dealing with the Myanmar situation. And in the meantime, the Myanmar situation is becoming more and more a threat to regional peace and security. Its immediate neighbours, of course, are most affected, but we're all affected. There needs to be a regional initiative to seek to find a breakthrough in the Myanmar situation. And Australia needs to be one of the leaders of that initiative. It can no longer be left to ASEAN, which, as I have indicated, has goodwill but no strategy. It must involve all of Myanmar's regional neighbours, so China, India, Bangladesh, as well as ASEAN and others who have an influence, such as Australia, New Zealand, Japan and the Republic of Korea. There has been no initiative taken by these regional states in relation to Myanmar. It simply is not a high enough priority. The Australian government needs to take the lead to talk with ASEAN, to talk with China, India, Bangladesh and the other states that I have mentioned, and seek to have a genuine regional meeting and regional proposals to address the Myanmar situation more seriously than has been done to date. That is the fundamental framework for action that we put before the committee. Thank you.
Mr Sidoti, thank you so much. We will now go to questions from senators. Senator Smith.
Two brief questions. Why is there dwindling international attention on the catastrophe that is the Myanmar conflict? Secondly, do you think there is an appreciation in the Australian government how this conflict has now expanded to present a very significant and real regional security risk?
I mean, I can... Oh, Chris, do you want to take that?
No, go on, mate.
Okay. I mean, sadly, there are so many horrific humanitarian and human rights crises unfolding around the world. You know, after the Myanmar military coup, the Taliban also took over Afghanistan. Then we had Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Then we have Israel's assault on Gaza. And so it feels like Myanmar has just been dropping from international attention, and in part it's been left to ASEAN to resolve. If you look at many of the statements from Western governments, they always hide behind this fig leaf of ASEAN is taking the lead on this with its 5-point consensus. But ASEAN is only as strong as its member states, and its member states are really divided on the approach to Myanmar. And unfortunately, the approach that Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam and Laos take really undermines the efforts of the more progressive states within ASEAN, including the Philippines, Indonesia and Malaysia. And so I think that is the fundamental problem. This conflict is having knock-on effects within the region. Certainly there are millions of people who've been displaced into Bangladesh, into India, into Thailand and Malaysia. But at the same time, China has provided cover to the military for abuses, and that cover has really sustained and enabled the military to conduct these sham elections.
Senator Smith, I would agree with the comments that Elaine Pearson has made. I would address, though, the second question that you asked, and that is whether there is an appreciation within the Australian government of the regional seriousness of the situation. I think there is an appreciation, but there is no response to it. And that's what I'm calling for today. There is a need for the Australian government no longer to sit back and no longer being content with the smaller but significant actions being taken, but rather to try and address the picture as a whole. That doesn't mean us acting alone, but it does mean us trying to facilitate the kind of regional approach that I have suggested. I think the Australian government has opportunities that others don't have, particularly in the context of the ASEAN divisions that Elaine Pearson has described, but also the lack of a strategy on the part of ASEAN. That's what we need at the moment, a regional initiative, and Australia is well placed to lead it.
Final question from myself, and a brief answer if we can. Would you agree that an immediate tactical response or an immediate tactical action that the Australian government should take is a much greater focus and emphasis on the disruption of and prohibition of aviation fuel, so as to run interference against the airstrikes, which are not just causing severe civilian casualties, but are interrupting the progress that the ethnic armed organisations might be having in repelling the Burmese regime?
I'm just going to have to ask you to keep your question responses very brief. We've only got 2 more minutes.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. We do call on the government to be imposing comprehensive sanctions on jet fuel. On that, we have 3 categories. One is on the banks. Australia's already done 2 on 2 of the banks, but the junta's found loopholes. We need to close that loophole. So specifically sanctioning Myanmar Economic Bank would be another one, and then also foreign revenue for the junta. So through Myanmar oil and gas enterprise and the other extractive industries where they're managing to get in foreign revenue. So the 3 buckets are ones where we think are really important.
And from us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was very brief. Thanks, Mr. Sidoti. Look, thank you very much for your understanding. We will suspend now and we will return as soon as we possibly can, hopefully within the next 45 minutes perhaps or a bit more, but thank you very much for your forbearance. We are grateful. We will suspend. Thank you. All right, good morning again, everyone. We are now in session. Thank you so much again for your forbearance. We are continuing with Human Rights Watch and the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar. And Senator Shoebridge, you have questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And
Thank
I know
you.
the time is short. Going from one coup to another. I'm
not going to dignify that with a response, but Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. The elections have now been finalised in Myanmar, or the elections, so to speak, have been finalised in Myanmar. Is that right, Ms Pearson?
Yeah, the sham elections. So just to give you, I guess, a precursor of the results, the USDP is the military party. They have claimed 339 seats. Then there's 166 that are already appointed by the military, active members of the military under the Constitution. So that means 505 out of the 586 seats in the upper and lower house are going to the military or the military-backed party. That's 86%. And so the remaining seats are 20 or so other parties, including ethnic parties. But, you know, it's a very small number.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers show what a sham election it is. Now, the Australian government's been critical of the lead up to the election and made some statements that I think have been useful, criticising the... now would be a good moment, wouldn't it, for a clear, unambiguous statement from the Australian government that they don't accept the results and they state clearly that this is an illegitimate election and an illegitimate government.
Yes, I think we need a clear, unambiguous statement from the Australian government that this is an illegitimate government and that they are not recognised. I mean, let's also remember that, you know, the voter turnout was very low. I think it was only 54%. And then the election couldn't happen in parts of the country. I think it was only, 263 out of 330 townships that could take place because of the intensifying armed conflict. So we do need a strong statement beyond saying that the vote was not free and fair, that the resulting government, in quotes, is illegitimate.
And just quickly, there's talk about Australia showing leadership in the absence of ASEAN acting, but there's also the immediate neighbours of Myanmar. Should Australia be having a dialogue with the new Bangladesh government when it's elected and with the government in Thailand to talk about allowing additional support through? And I might open both of these issues up to Chris Sidoti as well. Mrs Sidoti, if you want to speak on the election point or on the relationship, you know, what Australia could say to Thailand and Bangladesh about potentially allowing freer movement of goods and people across the border.
Maybe, Senator, I'll go first and then Elaine can follow on this occasion. The election clearly is completely illegitimate. There is no doubt about that at all. Elaine Pearson referred to the fact that it could not take place in a large number of townships. Even in those where there was voting, there were many parts of the townships that were unable to conduct polling. And so people, very large numbers of people, were simply unable to vote even if they wanted to. But as the representative of the NUG said earlier before the committee, many of those who did vote did so in a situation where they were fearful not to vote. And they had the practice of marking fingers with indelible ink. And that's fine for preventing voter fraud. But it also meant that out on the streets, the military and their cronies were able to identify who had voted and who had not. And so those who didn't have the indelible ink could be singled out for mistreatment, harassment, intimidation, and indeed forced to vote. So there is nothing about this election that can be considered legitimate. On your second point, Senator, relating to what Australia should be saying, yes, there should certainly be efforts with Thailand and Bangladesh and with India to promote cross-border aid into the areas that are occupied by the ethnic organisations. This is where the poverty is the greatest and the need is the greatest. That's not to say that there is not need as well, even in cities like Yangon and Mandalay, but it is greatest in these ethnic-controlled areas on the borders. And so getting aid in across those land borders is absolutely essential. But Australia needs to be talking to more than the immediate neighbours. We need to be talking to all of the countries in the region about developing a breakthrough for the overall situation in Myanmar. Humanitarian aid is critical, but resolving the situation is the basic issue that needs to be addressed.
Ms. Pearson.
I just wanted to make one comment about Thailand. And when we spoke earlier about sanctions, one of the things that obviously enforcement of the sanctions is really important. And so we really rely on Thailand to enforce the sanctions and not be processing through its banks any of the junta revenue streams. And so it would be really good for Australia to be corralling other states like the US, Canada, UK to making a joint representation to Thailand, asking them to be enforcing the sanctions.
And Chair, I know that time is short, but my final question is about the world's largest refugee camp, the Rohingyas, predominantly Rohingyas in Cox's Bazar. US aid has withdrawn its support in part, and I'm sure we're all aware of the crisis in Cox's Bazar. What should Australia's response be to that?
I mean, Australia really needs to be redoubling its efforts to support humanitarian aid in those camps. We put out a release last year that said that in 2024 the US was funding $300 million to those camps, and as of mid last year that was slashed to only $12 million. One of the areas that's particularly hard hit is education. So there were many community learning centres, and UNICEF had to suspend thousands of these learning centres in these camps for more than 400,000 Rohingya children. So these are children who are growing up in those camps without any access to go to regular schools. I think there also needs to be pressure on Bangladesh to allow Rohingya children to attend school. But also we need more humanitarian aid and support from the Australian government going to the Rohingya in those camps. We also need an increase in resettlement places. We know there has been a slight increase in resettlement, particularly of Rohingya, which is great, but just finding more alternative pathways, for people to work or to study would really be appreciated.
All right.
Senator Shoebridge, I'm just very conscious of time.
Sorry, but Mrs. Sidoti, if you would just want to add quickly to that, because
just a quick addition, Senator, and that is the need to start talking with the Arakan Army and those that control Rakhine State. The people in the camps want to go home. The Arakan Army now controls virtually all of Rakhine State, as well as parts of neighbouring states and areas. But we have to start being willing to talk to the Arakan Army about the return in safety for the Rohingya people from the camps.
Yep. Thank you. I'm sure there's more, but we are at a crunch of time.
Yeah,
so
thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Smith, you have two very quick questions.
I'll have one quick question, and if it's okay, I'll defer to Senator Collins. Why, as a rich, prosperous middle power, should we accept the dwindling, your words, the dwindling of international attention on the Myanmar conflict? Why is it that as a modern, prosperous, sophisticated middle power, we can't be concerned about Ukraine, we can't be concerned about Myanmar and these other global conflicts all at the same time, most especially when we have a very strong and active Burmese diaspora in our country who are growing impatient with the lack of decisiveness around humanitarian support and sanctions regime? Why should we accept that as a suitable outcome?
Well, we absolutely should not be accepting that as an outcome whatsoever.
Correct.
And I mean, I think especially now with the dwindling, the drastic US aid cuts, the fact that Europeans are also pulling back and they're supporting things more in their region, Australia's role as a middle power in this region is really, really important. And I think Australia should be working closely with Japan, with Korea, with New Zealand, one, to increase its development aid, but two, also to provide more resettlement places and more alternative pathways for the many, many people from Myanmar who are forced to flee that country. I've just come from Thailand last week, and there are many millions of people from Myanmar in that country, really suffering, working illegally. Some of them can stay, but there are vulnerable groups that also, including human rights defenders, including journalists, who really need support and need a pathway to get to safety.
And I was just in Thailand and Malaysia myself, and on the Burmese-Thai border, seeing firsthand, what is the current state of affairs. So thank you very much. Mr. Sidoti?
I agree completely, Senator. We can and we should give greater priority to Myanmar. This is the most critical situation in our neighbourhood. And if we can't look after our own neighbourhood, well, then I have to wonder about what capacity we have to do good anywhere else in the world. We can deal with Myanmar without neglecting other places like Ukraine and Palestine, but we have to give absolute priority to the crisis in our neighbourhood.
Thank you.
Senator Collins, do you have a very brief
I
question?
do. It's very brief. Just given how you've outlined that the aid is being severely cut, problems are getting worse, are you aware of whether the UN is still trying to repatriate from the refugee camps back to Burma?
The Bangladesh government has been very good in hosting, obviously, a huge number of Rohingya refugees, more than 1 million. That said, there have been increasing calls coming from inside Bangladesh that it's time for these refugees to go home. But the reality is, although the Arakan Army is in control of most of Rakhine State, it is not safe for Rohingya. They're really caught in the middle between a very abusive military that has committed a lot of abuses. The Arakan Army has also committed targeted killings and very severe abuses against that Rohingya minority.
Just given the interest of time, specifically asking about the UN. On the Thai-Burma border specifically, the refugee camps have been open since the early 80s. We're talking 40 years now they've been living there, and they've been trying to pressure a lot of the families to move home. They don't want to move home because there's landmines, there's no services, there's obviously the war and conflict that is increasing. But I think that pressure will increase now that the Australian government, the US government are withdrawing their aid. So I'm just wondering whether the UN has increased its pressure on these people in the refugee camps to repatriate to their home state.
I don't think there's pressure yet of repatriation. I mean, the Thai government has allowed Myanmar refugees living in the camps the right to work, which is a very positive development and should be commended. And that has happened precisely because of the aid cuts. There's no ability to support financially all of those people. I think the amount is like 77 baht a day. That's like less than 77 baht a month, yeah, which is less than $4 Australian. Like it's nothing. So I think efforts like that from Thailand need to be supported, but I think it's very dangerous when the Thai government is also saying that it's going to recalibrate engagement on the basis of the election with the military government, in quotes, because, I think Australia needs to use its relationship with Thailand to press them on that.
Mr. Sidoti, did you have anything to add?
No, I agree with what Human Rights Watch has said. I would add only that the greatest pressure on people for repatriation is the poverty, distress and uncertainty in which they live. That comes far more forcefully than anything else.
Thank you.
Senator Collins, thank you so much. Thank you all very much for appearing as witnesses today. The committee would appreciate if responses to questions on notice could be provided by Friday the 27th of February 2026. Again, our thanks, and appreciate your forbearance with some of the difficulties we've had this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Myanmar Campaign Network and the Australian Council for Trade Unions. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, and I think everyone is appearing on it via video conference today, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with the Myanmar Campaign Network?
Thank you very much, Chair, Senator, and committee's members. My name is Ko Solzman from the Myanmar Campaign Network. I'm the campaign coordinator.
Thanks, Mr. Solzman.
I can go next. Thank you very much. My name's Caitlin McCaffrey. I'm a policy director at the Centre for Policy Development, and I'm appearing today as a member of the Myanmar Campaign Network.
Thanks, Ms. McCaffrey.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clancy Moore. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Transparency International Australia, and similarly, I'm appearing here as a member of the Myanmar Campaign Network.
Thanks, Mr. Moore. And now to the Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Nikhil Singh from the Australian Council of Trade Unions. I'm an international officer with the ACTU.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I would now like to ask both of you, representatives from each organisation, to make an opening statement, a brief opening statement if you wish, starting with the Myanmar Campaign Network.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair and the member of the committee for the opportunity to speak today on the escalating the crisis in Myanmar. 5 years after the 2021 military coup, Myanmar is no longer just in political turmoil. It's a full-scale humanitarian disaster and a regional security threat with the direct implication for the Australia. The junta multi-phase the election, so-called elections, that from December 2025 to the January, was widely condemned as a sham. Voting was limited to junta control areas. Major opposition party like National League for Democracy, the NLD, were banned or dissolved, and critics were arrested under repressive laws. And the military retained its guarantee, 25% of seats. The junta backs the Union Solidarity and Development Party claim a landslide, but the process excluded vast territories amid civil war, faced boycotts, and served only to entrench the military rule rather than the restore democracy. The UN human rights groups and many governments rejected it outright. On the ground, the resistant forces, People Defense Forces, ethnic arms organizations are holding firm. Independent the estimates show that the junta control only roughly 20 to 40% of the territory at best. With the resistant group dominating much of the rest through contested zone, these fighters succeeded with the improvised weapons, drones, and determination without major foreign military support. After years of the failed non-violence appeal, a spring revolution turned to arms resistance, the only response that junta understands. Tragically, this normalizes violence for a generation and risks Myanmar's long-term stability. The junta counters with the escalating atrocity. 2025 last year is a record-breaking airstrike, deadliest since the coup, targeting civilian hospitals, schools, and villages to instill terror. This has internally displaced over 5.6 million people, the largest crisis in Southeast Asia, fueling acute hunger, blocked the aid, and massive suffering. Externally, China and Russia prop up the junta with arms, drone, helicopters, ammunition, and diplomatic cover. India has supplied their weapons too. It's turned the conflict into geopolitical proxy struggle, prolonging the general's hold. And when we look at the closer home, junta protected cyber scam compound, especially along the Thai-Burma border, run massive fraud operation, hitting Australia's heart. Romance scam drain elderly pensions, crypto fraud targeted young, losses run into billions regionally and annually. It's our Australian leaders like Senator David Shewbridge have rightly called for tougher action against these networks. And thank you very much, Senator, for your voice. Australia has engaged diplomatically via ASEAN initial aid through AHA Centre and for the ignored the 5-point consensus and the humanitarian support via UN and NGOs to bypass the junta. But the general rejected talks, violence rate on and aid access stay blocked. We are mopping up leaks instead of fixing the roof, prolonging the circle. Australia has the standing and expertise to lead more boldly, press ASEAN to prioritize human rights over non-interference, and advocate for the inclusive dialogue involving resistant ethnic groups, civil society, perhaps moderated by the neutral party like the Australia. So most urgently to stop a bombing, targeted sanction on junta revenue, businesses, and especially jet fuel imports powering those airstrikes. Evasions, the tactic like ghost ship, must be choked off to curb the area terror on civilians. So, chairs and member of the committee, this isn't a remote suffering. It's a drive refugee cybercrime, victimizing our citizens and instability on our doorstep. So Myanmar's people show extraordinary courage. Decisive action is needed now to support them and end this nightmare. So I thank you very much and I welcome the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salzman. To the ACTU for an brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and again, good morning to you and the Senators. I acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and thank you for the opportunity to make a submission and to appear before the committee this morning. I'm representing the Australian Council of Trade Unions, the ACTU, the peak representative body of trade unions in Australia. We are a proud member of the Myanmar Campaign Network. The ACTU has been working in solidarity with the Confederation of Trade Unions Myanmar, the CTUM, a peak trade union representative of Myanmar workers, and similarly working with Myanmar Campaign Network to support a return to democracy in Myanmar. Since the 2021 military coup, workers and trade unions have faced relentless repression, making Myanmar one of the 10 worst countries in the world for workers. The CTUM has been a key target of these attacks. Many members have suffered persecution, imprisonment, violence and torture. The entire CTUM leadership has been issued with warrants for their arrest, and their passports and citizenship have been revoked. As of the 1st of February 2026, 5 years on from the coup, 151 CTUM members remain in prison. 2 are serving life sentences, and 1 has died in custody. Another fellow trade unionist was executed after receiving a death sentence. In June 2025, the International Labour Organization, the ILO, passed a historic resolution under Article 33 of its constitution, calling on all member states to review all relations with Myanmar's military junta and take measures to ensure no engagement enables, facilitates, or prolongs violations of workers' rights. In particular, any relations that may contribute or enable the perpetuation of ongoing harm, including through the support or supply of military equipment or means, including jet fuel or the free flow of funds to the military authorities. We acknowledge and appreciate the steps the Australian government has taken to support a return to democracy in Myanmar, but further action is needed and is needed urgently. The ILO's resolution calls on all member states to take decisive measures to cut off the junta's access to funds, weapons and jet fuel. Australia supported the resolution. We now must act with the urgency it demands. A key way Australia can act to implement the resolution is by enacting additional sanctions. Sanctions matter because the junta relies on a small number of high-value revenue streams and international intermediaries to sustain its operations. Targeting these entities that channel funds to the junta is not symbolic. It directly limits the junta's ability to commit atrocities against workers and communities. To be effective, sanctions must be coordinated with international partners aligned with those imposed by the EU, the UK, the US and Canada, and updated to ensure the junta cannot simply rebrand itself to circumvent sanctions. Sanctions are practical, immediate means of disabling the junta's machinery of violence while supporting the pro-democracy movement, independent unions, and the legitimate representatives elected in 2021 election, the National Unity Government. Australia has a proud record of defending human rights and supporting democratic movements in our region. Our leadership matters. This is a moment to demonstrate that commitment. One of the first things that the government should do is outrightly reject, in very clear terms, the sham elections. For the people of Myanmar, for the workers, unionists and communities who continue to resist at unimaginable personal risk, we must apply every available pressure to isolate the junta and support a return to democracy. Thank you, and I'm also happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to questions from senators, and I'll give the call to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all of the witnesses appearing online today. I have a couple of questions for the ACTU, for Mr Singh. Thank you for that opening statement. I wonder if you could provide some detail for us on the engagement that the ACTU and international partners have had with trade unions on the ground in Myanmar and what they're telling you about the state of things there.
Thank you, Senator. We certainly work very closely with our sister union, the CTUM, as I've said in my opening statement. And more recently, a representative of the ACTU visited the Thai-Myanmar border to get a first hand on the situation. What I can say is the crisis is not only ongoing, it is deepening. The attacks on the people, the airstrikes in villages is really creating a situation where an urgent action is needed. So we continue to work with CTUM and partners like the Myanmar Campaign Network, but the situation is quite dire.
You talk in your submission about the specific targeting of trade unions. I think you phrase it as a deliberate dismantling of independent trade unions and worker organisations. Could you expand a little bit on what you mean by that and perhaps provide us with some examples?
Sure. Well, I think to summarise what we said in our submission, if you like, is this dismantling of trade union structures where not only the curtailing of rights, in fact, there are no rights for workers in Myanmar. And that is reflected in the arbitrary arrests of union leaders and members. I don't have the stats on me right now, but I can take that on notice to provide you some stats. But the sheer volume of these arrests, the detaining of union leaders, I've just mentioned in the opening statement, the execution of trade unionists. So the extent of the violations on workers' rights is very evident.
Thank you. Could you talk to stories of forced labour?
Yes, I can. So very briefly, we have military personnel, in fact, surrounding garment factories, for example, where workers are watched, under the eyes of the military hawks, if you like, and labour is done mostly without any payment, and the laborious work and long hours, which is done under the watchful eyes of the military, and where the workers have no choice but to, put it slave around.
I wonder if you might have any comments to make on the specific impacts on women workers in Myanmar, and you talk in your submission about gender-based violence, and so I thought it might be useful for us to have some information on the record about that.
What I can, I will take that on notice, Senator, to come back with some stats on that. But what I would want to cover off is the sheer fact about the arrest and detaining of workers. And if I go back to the Human Rights Watch report of 2025, 5,700 women have been arrested, and that also. That's women and 570 children. So in terms of the rights at work for workers is gone, let alone for rights for women. And the attack is severe. But if you allow me to take that on notice, I will definitely provide you with some steps and case studies.
Thank you. That's probably it for me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whittaker. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to the Myanmar Campaign Network, you have identified 10 recommendations in your submission. Are they in order of priority, or are they just 10 recommendations?
Caitlin, do you want to have that, Clancy?
Sorry?
Yeah, thanks, Co, and thank you, Senator. I think we all 10 are critically important, but I think if we were to highlight a few that we were calling for as most critical, I think it would be the categorical rejection of the elections as illegitimate, and the importance of Australia imposing strong and additional sanctions, probably as the two that we would draw the committee's attention to most strongly, but happy to speak to all 10 recommendations as well.
That's curious because my experience, I think the tactical response that communities are most interested in is a heightened focus on the issue of aviation fuel and a heightened focus on strengthening humanitarian assistance. A question to the Australian Council of Trade Unions. Of course, in Australia, the ACTU has a very special relationship with the Australian Labor Party. The Australian Labor Party is in government. Can you detail for me how the Australian Council of Trade Unions engages with the Australian government and what your particular successes have been in recent times in shaping the Australian government's response to the conflict in Myanmar?
Thank you, Senator. We have written to the Foreign Affairs Minister last month about the situation and drawing the attention to the need for additional sanctions. You recall that on the anniversary of the coup in 2025, there were sanctions announced by the Australian government. So we engage and continue to remain engaged with the Australian government, with the communication channels being open about what we think the Australian government should be doing. And that includes our call for the Australian government to come out and clearly, in very clear terms, reject the sham elections.
What commitments have been given to you by the Foreign Affairs Minister or the Australian government more generally in terms of greater humanitarian assistance and tightening of sanction loopholes? And thirdly, what decisive action it will take in regards to aviation fuel imports into Myanmar?
Senator, as I said, we have written to the Foreign Affairs Minister. If I can take this on notice, because I have not been aware of a response that has come through.
Writing letters doesn't speak to the very special relationship of the Australian Council of Trade Unions with the Australian Labor Party, who is now the government.
So, Senator, what I'll say is I will not get drawn into the politics. I don't think this is a polarising issue for us, the ACTU. This is an issue for us to ensure that the rights, the labour rights, are actually restored in Myanmar, and we are open to talking to any political side. I see that you're stressing the Labor Party. For the ACTU, we are not putting politics into this. We are looking at through a pure lens of the labour rights and workers' rights and human rights.
When the ACTU considers its international advocacy, where does the Myanmar conflict sit on list of priorities? Am I right to assume it is the priority?
It is absolutely one of our priorities, one of our top priorities.
Is it one of 2 priorities? Is it one of 10 priorities? Is it one of 25 priorities? I'm just trying to get an understanding about level of effort and commitment.
Senator, I'd say it is a top priority. We have been campaigning on this issue for the last 5 years, and it remains a top priority for us.
Would you agree that a tactical focus on the importation of aviation fuel and a strengthened humanitarian response should be immediate priorities?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Senator Collins, you've just got a couple of questions. Look, I'm obviously very mindful that we're running behind time because of the suspension, so we are going to be seeking to truncate the time allocated to each witness. So thank you again for your cooperation with that. Senator Collins.
Thank you so much, Chair. Look, I just have a question about workers and remittances. I understand that a lot of the revenue coming through to the Tatmadaw is coming through forced remittances through the foreign exchange system and the formal banking system. Is part of your work at the Australian Council of Trade Unions to seek resolution or advocate for these workers that are being forced to remit more through the system to support the war?
Senator, yes, in short, it is one of the things we are looking at.
So was it part of your recommendations as well to sanction the banks broadly in Myanmar, but also specific ones as well?
That is correct, Senator. So we have all, in our call for additional sanctions, we are looking at entities, but also the financial institutions, which does include entities like the Economic Bank, the Central Bank of Myanmar.
Central Bank, excellent. And to the Myanmar Campaign Network, I note that you've got sanctions in here, expand and strengthen targeted sanctions on individuals, but I'm just wondering whether that includes financial institutions as well.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. And it does include financial institutions, particularly the Myanmar Central Bank, as the representative from the ACTU also outlined. I would also bring to the committee's attention the strong importance of sanctioning state-owned enterprises. So these state-owned enterprises are essentially owned by the military. When they profit, when money flows through them, it lines the pockets of the junta, including very senior military officials. Now, we know that there are a couple of key state-owned enterprises that potentially are relevant for Australia's interests. For example, Myanmar Mining Enterprise number 1 and 2. And I would note a report from Justice for Myanmar from 2024 that showed 10 Australian company networks being involved in the mining sector in Myanmar. Similarly, Myanmar Timber Enterprise, which is owned and run by the junta, they essentially sell licences in Yangon to companies. Some of that timber from Myanmar ends up in Australia. So we would call strongly on the committee to recommend that the government sanctions that state-owned enterprise. And lastly, I would also point to the committee's attention the Myanmar Oil and Gas Enterprise, which is the enterprise that controls the oil and gas trade, which is very, very lucrative, the most lucrative sector for the Myanmar military at the moment. And just in terms of international comparison, Senator and committee members, if we look at the US, the UK, EU and Canada, without pretty much any gaps, they have sanctioned all those enterprises, all those state enterprises. Australia to date has not. So there's a glaring omission with the role of Australia. We've been strongly in our ask and demands for Australia to sanction those entities, but to date there's no action. And we know that for sanctions to be effective, they must be coordinated with our international allies. So I think it's a very clear ask of the committee to recommend that the Australian government move forward on those sanctions.
Thank you. And I just want to the supply chains that are coming into Australia, is the government aware of those goods that are coming into Australia and being traded here that is fueling financially this government in Myanmar?
I think the most clearest area of deeper exploration is teak, particular Burmese teak coming from Myanmar. Those permits, those licences are sold by the Myanmar Timber Enterprise. Somehow, we've got some ideas that timber ends up in Australia. Now, there's data from Home Affairs that can quantify that, and I'll take that question on notice if you like, or the committee could also ask for that data.
Thank you.
But we do know that there is timber from Myanmar entering into Australia's shops and being sold for timber decking on boats and maybe decks in people's backyards as well.
Wow.
May I add on with the Mr. Clancy Moore with this teak how they came, because the junta register with the Thai, their business's company's name, or Singapore, or maybe via the Indonesia as well. So it's not directly imported, but the channel with the different other countries to come to.
We need to ramp up that, analysing that supply chain. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Senator Collins. Senator Shoebridge.
Does the ACTU also support broad sanctions against state-owned or controlled enterprises?
Yes, Senator, we do.
And going back to the Myanmar Campaign Network, it's not just that the profits from the extraction of the teak are going to the junta. the conditions on the ground have been described as slave-like forced labour for the teak industry. Sometimes it's called blood teak. Does anyone have any knowledge about the conditions on the ground in that industry as well?
Clancy?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think your description would be pretty spot on. We don't have first-hand evidence at our fingertips, but we can definitely take that question on notice. We know that a lot of those extractive industries, for example, mining, have very poor working conditions. There's often surrounded by conflict as well, and in some areas actually helping fuel the drug trade. So it is, more than likely that, the conditions for those supply chains are pretty bad, and there would be human rights abuses happening on the sidelines or within them.
If you could take that on notice, that would be good. I mean, organisations like Rainforest Relief and others, I think, have identified some of the appalling conditions in that, particularly the timber industry in Myanmar. One of the other issues is, in the absence of coordinated action by ASEAN, or effective coordinated action by ASEAN, should Australia be trying to have bilateral engagements with India, Thailand and Bangladesh to try and open up relief and aid and movement across the border to those groups, ethnic groups and coalitions who are resisting the junta? Is that bilateral response important as well?
Yes.
Did you want to speak to that briefly, Mrs. Salzman?
Caitlin, I think you might be able to just answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Senator, for the question. We would definitely say that bilateral engagement is incredibly important, and that kind of creative diplomacy role that Australia can play as an effective middle power. You'll see in our submission, I think we also support Australia's continued work with ASEAN, the ASEAN chair this year, the Philippines, and the special envoy. But I think those bilateral engagements, in addition to that, are critically important, particularly for the cross-border aid.
And only because we're short on time, but there's one thing the Australian government could do this afternoon, which is issue a clear, unambiguous condemnation of the election and a statement that, from Australia's point of view, this government, that is, the result of the sham election, is considered illegitimate by Australia. Do we all agree on that?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Transcript doesn't show it, but I'll just say I see a bunch of nodding from the...
Same here, Senator. The ACTU would like to see that.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Note the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you so much again for appearing today. We are most grateful. The committee would appreciate responses to questions on notice by Friday the 27th of February 2026, and again, our sincere thanks.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now move to the Institute for Strategy and Policy Myanmar and the Myanmar Research Centre, and I welcome representatives from those organisations. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, just wait for people to come to the table. Thank you for your haste. For the Hansard record, could I please ask you to state your name and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with the Institute for Strategy and Policy, Myanmar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Senators. I'm deeply grateful to you.
If I could just ask you to state your name and position, and then I'll come back to you. Thank you.
My name is Min Zin. I'm the Executive Director of the Myanmar Institute for Policy and Strategy.
Thank you. And to the Myanmar Research Centre?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Nicholas Cheeseman, the Director of the Myanmar Research Centre.
Thanks, Mr. Cheeseman.
Morten Pedersen, Policy Director for the Myanmar Research Centre.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson.
Sophia Tue, affiliate with the Myanmar Research Centre.
Thanks, Ms. Tue. If I could ask a representative from each organisation, if you have a brief opening statement. Firstly, to the Institute, Mr. Zin. Do you have a brief opening statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Senators. I'm deeply grateful to you and the people of Australia for your dedicated support to Myanmar, from humanitarian assistance to your solidarity with our struggle for democracy. I will make 3 brief points. First, the focus is on the spillover effects of the Myanmar conflict and why cooperating with non-state actors is crucial to addressing them. As we all know, the drug trade and cyber scams exported from Myanmar directly harm Australians. These transnational crimes grow from state fragility. Therefore, the law enforcement approach alone is not enough. The military dictatorship in Myanmar provides safe havens for criminal networks that turn Myanmar into a capture state, targeting the people around the world, including Australian citizens. To confront this, we must think beyond traditional state-to-state cooperation. Australia should consider constructive engagement with credible non-state actors in Myanmar. Due to time constraints, I don't want to go into details how we can find creative ways to support non-state actors who are the front lines against transnational organized crime. The second point I would like to urge is Australia should reinforce and energize existing multilateral mechanisms, such as ASEAN 5-Point Consensus and ASEAN Plus Initiative, to address the Myanmar crisis. Myanmar has largely slipped off from the global agenda, let alone effective intervention from the international community. Besides the reason that we often mention, such as ongoing crises from Ukraine to Gaza, the complexity of our own conflict, there's another important reason, especially among the Western policymaker, which is a growing fatalistic narrative that Myanmar is immediately backyard of China due to Beijing's proximity and strategic interests. I think this narrative is dangerous and self-fulfilling. It allows PRC to exclude the broader international community from the region, normalize a form of regional hegemony, and claim license to intervene. In doing so, it creates the very concept of backyard in Myanmar, legitimize a hierarchy that people of Myanmar do not accept. Therefore, it is important to uphold and strengthen any forms of multilateral initiative, the ASEAN 5-Point Consensus, ASEAN Plus Coalition of Willing, to establish a strategic guardrail against the PRC's excessiveness. The last point, the third, we believe that Australia will continue to demonstrate a principled commitment to democracy, human rights, including religious freedom, ethnic and gender equality. In today's geopolitical environment, some great powers dismiss these values, throw away their moral compass. The people of Myanmar are fighting and dying for these principles. Yet we are often treated as naive idealists, irrelevant, or even as burdens on the Western resources. This cynical attitude toward democratic value is not only unjust, it undermines global and regional peace. The people will continue to fight for their dignity. We believe Australia can help shape a different future by taking moral and political leadership in Asia Pacific. One powerful avenue is to invest in Myanmar's next generation through scholarship, educational opportunity, and exposure programs, so that one day they can return to serve their country as democratic leaders, economists, and human rights defenders. As Australia continues to stand with us in solidarity and practical support, the people of Myanmar will be always grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now to the Myanmar Research Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Senators, it's in Australia's national interest to assist people whose lives have been upended by conflict and disaster in Myanmar, as well as those who have fled to neighbouring countries, to protect their human rights from a military whose elections have fooled nobody. We do already assist, but we really could be doing more. How? First, building on Mr. Sidoti's recommendations from earlier this morning, Australia is well placed to lead in the establishment of a multilateral group under United Nations auspices. This Friends of Myanmar group could facilitate access to the country's borders and interior and raise support for regionally coordinated relief programs. Second, Australia has underutilised expertise to contribute. Public health and policy experts at the Australian National University, for instance, have designed a scheme to strengthen emergency healthcare capacity in war zones. Were this scheme implemented, it could save lives today and produce tangible benefits tomorrow through mentorship, data analysis, and more. We know schemes like these work because they are working already. Paramedics and teachers, many trained in collaboration with international partners, are delivering basic services right now across at least 1/3 of Myanmar, administered by groups autonomous from the military state. These groups differ in their political strategies and popular support, and not all share our values, but some are developing more inclusive and deliberative methods of governing. To be sure, conditions change daily. In Sagaing, air attacks are a constant threat, going to Senator Smith's recurrent point. Nearly everywhere, things are complicated by many actors and alliances, and we need trustworthy information about who is doing what, where, and how come. Australian universities could redouble their efforts were more funding available and were Myanmar nationals who build their knowledge base more highly valued. They could be scaling up policy-relevant research into, for instance, the Arakan Army's attitude towards Rohingya in Rakhine State, or into how justice provision figures in plans of the National Unity Government and its affiliates. Australia could be doing more in training talented Myanmar students, yet some who have won prestigious scholarships to our universities have been refused visas. This is counterproductive to efforts for democracy and human rights in Myanmar. Australia should be rushing to admit scholarship recipients. It should enlarge the Australia Awards Myanmar program and open more pathways to Myanmar nationals to study here. Senators, the barriers to establishment, let's not say return, of an inclusive civilian democratic government in Myanmar are formidable. The military's elections have likely made things worse, but we cannot turn our backs. We can do more to address urgent needs today while charting a course for democracy and human rights to come. It's possible to do both of these through partnerships with like-minded countries and multilateral institutions abroad, together with people and groups in Myanmar whose struggle to end dictatorship deserves not only admiration but backing. We already know many of these people. Our graduates and friends are among them. We can identify and work with others, and so we should. We thank you for your time and for conducting this inquiry.
Thank you so much. I'll now go to questions from senators. Senator Smith,
thank you very
again
much.
Reminding that we are going to have to keep our session truncated to try and
thank you very much for your
12.
participation.
Thanks.
It's very, very important to us. Mr. Minzin, great to see you again. We met for the first time in Chiang Mai just a few weeks ago, and I thought that your contribution to our deliberations would be very powerful. Can you make some key observations for us about how the conflict has recently changed in Myanmar, with some specific observations about the intensity of the conflict and why a greater focus on disruption to the aviation fuel issue is so critical if we are to engineer a turnaround in the conflict?
Thank you, Senators. Very good to see you again. I would say we need to make a clear distinction between the frequency of conflict and the intensity of conflict when it comes to Myanmar. Otherwise, it will be very misleading. The frequency of conflict has declined recently, mainly because of Chinese support. The Myanmar military regained the military counter-offensive. But in terms of intensity of conflict, which is what we operationalize in terms of massacre, massacre is at least 10 or more people got killed in one incident. That we documented more than 97 incidents in 5 years. At one incident, there are more than 171 people got killed by the airstrikes. And so you have, you can see majority of the 171 in one incident are children and young people. So I think it's all contributed to the Myanmar military airstrike. So unless we try to find a way to constrain that, people of Myanmar will suffer more. Even 2025 alone, there are 32 incidents of massacre in Myanmar, largely because of the airstrikes. Thank you.
It is easy to be critical or disillusioned about the ASEAN response to date, but what observations do you have about the strength and the success of the Malaysian leadership of ASEAN, and what can we learn, what can Australia learn from that in terms of how it should be advocating in ASEAN to perhaps lean forward or lean into the Myanmar issues with more confidence?
I think both Malaysia and Indonesia play a crucial role in providing safe space for the resistant stakeholders so that they can deliberate about the future federal democracy, what they are fighting for. That's a very important thing. Another thing, I think Malaysia and Indonesia can work closely with Thailand, which is directly affected by the Myanmar conflict spillover. So I think it's important for Australia to work closely with ASEAN, both mainland Southeast Asia and maritime Southeast Asia, because the PRC is trying to pit mainland Southeast Asia against maritime Southeast Asia on Myanmar issue. And the most important point is the PRC does not have any reason to oppose ASEAN 5-point consensus, which is very minimum, right? Stabilization, humanitarian assistance, political dialogue. But PRC intentionally dodge and undermine this ASEAN multilateralism because they do not want to set any precedent on the multilateral initiative. So on the one hand, they give lip service to the 5-point consensus because the Myanmar issue cannot be further internationalized in the UN Security Council. But on the other hand, they do not cooperate so that they can undermine multilateral initiatives. So Australia can re-strengthen and energize this multilateral initiative. That would be very good.
And finally, before I turn to others, what comments or observations would you make about the strength of the ethnic armed organisation resistance to date, the success that they have had in setting up civilian authorities, civilian administration over parts of Myanmar, and is this should we be looking to this as a way of finding greater confidence in our pursuit of some betterment or some advancement in regards to democracy and human rights in Myanmar over the medium term?
I do think for the empirical reason, the Myanmar military has lost at least 38% of their territory, largely along all borders. And then when you include the administrative control, it could be more than 50% of the territory Myanmar military has lost. But on the other hand, ethnic resistance organizations, they do two important things. One is they keep on fighting for the ethnic equality and federal democracy in Myanmar. On the other hand, they don't wait for the day two. They start organizing the governance, the federal, local governance, with all these limited the constraints. But I think they are trying their best. Now they are trying to come together with that broader alliance to make this federal vision not only in a fragmented version, in a more unified way. I think there are a lot of issues that we can be cautious, but I think we are on the right track.
Thank you. One more, if I may, just to the Myanmar Research Centre. What are or can we be doing to strengthen the capability and capacity of the various groups in Myanmar that operate and exist outside of Myanmar to ensure that as the situation improves, we would hope, that would be our ambition, that there is a capacity, whether it be understanding of how to create civil society mechanisms, political mechanisms that might overcome historical grievances between particular groups in Myanmar. What are we doing at the moment to support that, and what more could we be doing so that we're just not waiting for the situation to improve inside Myanmar, but if a vacuum should appear, for example, that vacuum could be filled with reliable, trusted participants that have a very clear commitment to pursuing democracy and the preservation of human rights.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So this is one of the reasons that we concentrated on, partly on the question of collaboration and also training and education through long-term relationships, person-to-person relationships, and also working with organisations both in Myanmar and those across the border with whom we share values. There are many of those. Of course, you've heard already today from the National Unity Government, which up to the present is the best representative national internationally for a program for democracy and human rights in Myanmar. And the Australian government, as well as our universities, have collaborated with and been involved with NUG. But there are so many initiatives. This is one of the points that we want to stress, that there are both a lot of opportunities, but also things we need to learn about how we can work together and why. So, for instance, the initiative I alluded to very briefly is being designed in collaboration with the Spring University Myanmar, which is a university that's set up working effectively virtually, but very effectively to engage in online education with people inside Myanmar, practical education for the delivery of services, not just learning off paper. So we do have many opportunities to work with organisations like those, civil society organisations, educational institutions, as well as with those arrangements for new forms of governance, inclusive governance, governance through dialogue with local partners around the country. But the situation is enormously diverse from one part of the country to the next. So we ourselves, as much as we spend so much time thinking and talking about Myanmar, are always learning and trying to figure out what the best approach would be and who our collaborators ought to be. And if Dr. Peterson or Sophia may have something briefly to add to that. If not?
No.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you all for your work and your submissions. To the Myanmar Research Centre, and then I might ask Mr Zinn to comment briefly. Your recommendation 2, which is about providing that more granular support, looking for local initiatives, particularly in the parts of Myanmar that are not junta-controlled, would require a very different mindset from DFAT, who traditionally like to deal with large multilateral aid organisations and a much more bureaucratic level. How do you think in reality that can be implemented by DFAT? I want to be clear, I support it, but it seems to me it would require some changes for how DFAT partners in aid.
Would you like to take that on, Martin?
Well, I mean, I think what DFAT and most aid agencies, frankly, traditionally do is they work through central governments, right? And yes, DFAT has a long tradition of working closely with the UN and other multilateral donors. But those agencies, or at least some of those agencies, are actually engaging more innovatively these days along the lines of what you're talking about, engaging with non-state groups rather than just through the central government. The UNDP, for example, as far as I know, work quite closely now with some of these emerging non-state authorities, so ethnic armed groups that are now in control of border areas and are establishing governments. So the UN is beginning to engage in that space. So we can actually engage with those actors through UN agencies if that is our preference. The main shift in thinking that I think is required is from this sort of traditional idea that we work through central governments. In Myanmar at the moment, that is for most purposes just not an effective way to engage. We need to increasingly be looking at these areas of control outside of military control. And how we can work with those emerging authorities to promote all of the things we want to promote: democracy, human rights, humanitarian aid. These non-state authorities are critical for a medium-term to long-term strategy to promote all of those values.
Mr Zinn?
Thank you, Senator.
No, Mr Zinn. Australia delivering aid to those non-state actors, those collection of groups resisting the junta, do you support that where the focus of Australian aid should be?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Could I ask about some very practical things Australia could do is provide substantially increased resources and aid to Cox's Bazar and also, border refugee camps in Thailand, as well as opening up additional placements for refugees and then providing that resource for the diaspora and some of the leadership as well to resist what's happening in Myanmar. Mr Zinn, I know you spoke about that briefly in your opening, but how important is that kind of support from Australia?
It is very critical. I think it's very indispensable because now, as you know, the United States and other Western countries are withdrawing from Myanmar, and Australia becoming the largest donor. So it's very crucial for the Rohingya refugee as well as refugee along the Thai-Myanmar border. And at the same time, I want to remind there are more than 3.5 million internally displaced people in Myanmar. I think there's a lot of modality that we can use, cross-border and also humanitarian crime nexus. So a lot of modality we can use to provide assistance to these people. At the same time, that will be a way for the even future political settlement, because like ASEAN also interested in the humanitarian corridor. So I think this is something that Australia can work with the ASEAN as well as Bangladesh government to figure out how that kind of humanitarian assistance can be good in itself, but also play a significant role for the political resolution.
The Myanmar Research Centre?
Something, yeah. Thank you for the question, Senator. Actually, I wanted to highlight on top of what Sia Menzin already said. I think cross-border is really important. And then when we think about, like Sia Menzin said, 3.5 million people are internally displaced in Myanmar, and we really need to think about it, how to have, for example, in the Rakhine State, and many Rohingya are also inside the Rakhine State are still internally displaced, and also everyday violence because of the conflict between Arakan Army and also the state SAC. So I think that what Australia should be doing is, of course, like engaging with the Bangladesh and also India cross-border aid, and assisting these refugees on the side of the Bangladesh, as well as like cross-border aid inside the Rakhine State, and not only the Rohingyas but also other minority groups inside the Rakhine State. And last week I talked to some of the people who are inside the Rakhine State. What happening is that many people are actually starving, and there are a lot of property is happening inside the Rakhine State because of the recent tension between Arakan Army and Bangladesh authority around the border areas, and because of this, the Bangladesh authority blocking the aid trading between the Arakan State and the Bangladesh. So since we all know the thing like because of the Arakan Army controlling territory in 14 townships out of the 17, the military central government is blocking the trading, the central government, central areas and the Rakhine State. So Rakhine State is relying on the trading neighboring countries like Bangladesh and India. Now Bangladesh is blocking the trading, and so Rakhine State is purely relying on the India. So what Australians should do is maybe engage with the Bangladesh authority and opening up the trade, because inside the Rakhine State many people are suffering and starving, and that will likely to increase because of the conflict intensity. And so Australia should really do also, I think one point to add is also the educational support within the ethnic territory control areas, and also in Rakhine State many people do not have educational access. That include Rohingyas, and on top of that internally displaced. So Australia could do a lot of things supporting educational support, working with the local civil society organizations and community-led organizations, and even if that we do not engage with the Arakan Army or other stakeholders, but we could do a lot of different things and engage with and support the education and humanitarian support cross-border aid.
Thank you. A very comprehensive answer. But if on notice any of the witnesses wanted to add some sort of additional detail about what Australia could be doing, particularly in terms of supporting Cox's Bazar, and the 1 million refugees there, given what's happened with the withdrawal of US aid, the withdrawal of education programs. It's just we haven't got a lot of time. If you would like to add anything to that, and don't feel limited to Cox's Bazar, also displaced persons and refugees on the Thai
Thank you,
as
Senator.
well.
Yes, we can take that on notice. And I should also note that Sophia Tue is here partly because she's actually prepared a policy briefing paper for DFAT that goes to these issues, and we could table it. I believe the copies are available.
If you've got it here, table it, but otherwise if you could provide it on notice. If you have it here?
Yes, here.
Or
It will partly address your question. We
that
can
would be
also
terrific.
speak afterwards and see what else we can provide.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Just briefly to Senator Collins.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question on, you were talking about the international coordination with countries like Malaysia that have been supportive. I was just wondering if you can give some commentary on the conflict and how other international governments or other countries may be negatively impacting on this war, please.
Thank you. I think that's one again for Dr. Peterson.
Look, I think if I can sort of talk around that question a little bit, we've talked a lot about ASEAN this morning. Naturally, perhaps we tend to look to ASEAN as the key actor in the region. I think actually it's really important that we look beyond ASEAN and focus more so on the immediate neighbors. So I'm talking about Thailand, China, India, and Bangladesh, and that goes to your question, right? These four countries are in a better position than anyone else to directly impact both the direction, the prosecution of the war, and also the broader livelihoods, the welfare of the people inside Myanmar. So those four countries are really key to the future of Myanmar. China, of course, has shown us over the last year or two just how much, at least, a great power can do. But I think the other three neighbors also have significant potential to do both good and bad things in this space. And if I can leave you with just one thought, then perhaps Australia should work not just with ASEAN, but with each of these countries, or perhaps all of them together in a group, to try to come up with a coherent regional response that takes advantage of the fact that these four countries are, as I said, neighboring countries with direct and intensive contacts with all of these non-state authorities that are now emerging and are in control of the border areas and the borders. To my mind, this is really where the key to Myanmar's future lies, with these four neighbors, and therefore we should be looking to the ways in which we can work with them, perhaps nudge them in certain directions sometimes, at other times support them to do things that they are trying to do, whether that's financially or so on.
Mr. Zinn, did you have anything to add to that?
I agree with the Dr. Martin Peterson view, but I think I want to add one thing about Russia. I think that it's in the negative effect that the Russia and Belarus, all these autocracy, there's a huge influence on Myanmar, not only in terms of military and other supplies, but also I think the Myanmar military is using Chinese hardware, but operating with a Russian software, basically Russian ideology of hatred against minority, because in past 4 or 5 years, the Myanmar military has deeply humiliated. So they felt that, the minorities took advantage of, the weakening Burma majority. So that's why they have this time more racial, like defensive, militarist, nationalist attitude toward the minority people. So you can see a lot of revenge and intense hatred against the minority. So I think we are getting more and more into Russian style of, like in the post-Soviet disintegration, more Russian style humiliation, and then more reactive nationalism that we need to prevent. Otherwise, it will be very, very damaging for the country. And also in the neighbors.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Thank you so much, Senator Collins. Thank you so much again very much for appearing today. We are truly grateful. Any questions on notice should be returned by the 27th of February. Thank you so much for all the incredible work you are doing. And again, sincerely, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
In relation to the document tabled by the Myanmar Research Centre, just indicating that the committee is happy to table that document, so thank you very much for that. I'd now like to welcome representatives from CRPH NUG Support Group Australia and Australian Baptist Ministries, Baptist World Aid and Baptist Mission Australia. If you could come to the table, thank you so much. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the record, I'm conscious you're still taking your seats. For the record, could you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with the CRPH and UG support group.
So my name is Patrick Cho, CRPH and UG support group from Queensland.
Good morning.
My name is James Ted, ACT CRPH group. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ted.
My name is Deborah Kimute. I'm a member of Australia, AKO, Australia Current Organisation under CRPH and UGs.
Thank you so much.
Reverend Mike Bartlett, representing Australian Baptist Ministries and in particular our two international agencies.
Apologies, I thought you're with Australian Baptist Ministries. Thank you so much, Mr. Bartlett. And Mr. Momo?
Yep, my name is Momo from CRPH Support Group, WA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, to the CRPH NUG support group, do you have a brief opening statement?
Sorry?
Yes. Do you have a brief opening statement, bearing in mind we just would like to keep your opening statement fairly brief due to the time issues we have?
Yeah. Chair and Senator, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Patrick Cho. I am speaking on behalf of CRPH and UG Support Group Australians. We present the Australian Myanmar community to work with the civil society partner and the affected community in Myanmar to support the human rights and further democratic future for Myanmar. 5 years after 2021 military coup, the Myanmar Democratic Court is completely in area under military control. The coup was illegal under the military-owned 2008 constitution. Political pluralism has been eliminated. Freedom of expression, association, assembly are criminalized. More than 30,000 civilians and journalists, activists has been arrested under debate and punitive law. Political arrests are tried in the military tribunal or the closed prison court. Judicial independence no longer exists. The courts are another tool used by military repress opposition. At the same time, the fundamentally different political future is emerging in area outside military control, where the burden as transition toward further democracy is already underway. Ethnic organizations, civil society groups, and local administration, aligned with the National Unity Government, are providing essential services and clinics, school, court, and local government. This is not theoretically alternative. It is a light reality for millions of people. The only survival process forward inclusive further democracy is grounded in civilians' control of the military, ethnic equality, and respect for human rights. Today, we at CRPH and UG support groups request the Australian Parliament and the Australian government. We welcome Australian rejection of the military Shang election. However, non-recognition alone is insufficient. Australia should adopt clear policies active exclusion individuals appointed, elected, or elevated through the fraudulent process should face immediate and permanent visa ban expanded targeted sanctions on the military-linked revenue sources, increased cross-border humanitarian assistance through the trusted local partner, engaged with the democratic stakeholder, including national unity government and ethnic organizations, support the engaging the state, regional, ethnic, and local government structure in areas liberated from military control. These are the fundamentals on which we can build future federal democracy. Take a coordinated regional action against the transnational crime base in Myanmar. Democracy is not only under threat in Myanmar, but also backsliding in our Indo-Pacific region. Myanmar is located right at the heart of our Indo-Pacific region. It is connected between India, Indian Ocean, China, and South Asia. Myanmar population is twice the size of Australia. When the Myanmar is hold the free and fair election, democratic parties always win the landslide victory. If we in Australia want to free and open Indo-Pacific, then we must stand as a support for democracy in Myanmar. Thank you. We welcome to your question.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bartlett, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, just a brief one.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll need to keep it pretty brief. Thanks.
Thanks for the invitation to give evidence, and thank you also to the members who met with members of our delegation late last year. The Baptist community in Australia has a special relationship with the diaspora from Myanmar. There's more than 10,000 people who are part of the Baptist Church in Australia, coming from various ethnic communities in the country. This is due to various and complex reasons, but I wanted to say what others have already said, in that the situation as it continues as it is truly desperate. And in recent times we've heard from Tom Andrews, the Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Myanmar, talk about the situation as the direst of the most of those around the world at the moment in terms of human rights and ongoing violence and displacement. Reverend Tim Costello recently just returned from the border region between Thailand and Myanmar, and was talking about the situation that is ongoing as a result not just of the violence but because of the natural disasters that have occurred. And with the cutting of USAID, there are places where effectively the combined churches are functioning as the only NGOs in some areas. We do note that there has been $370 million slated for Myanmar and Bangladesh over the next 3 years, but Baptist World Aid, our aid and development arm of the Australian Baptist Church, among others, have not had indicated to them exactly how that's going to be spent, by whom, nor been consulted in a design process for that. So we have some concerns about that. But noting what others have said to this point as well, the government's preference has been in Myanmar to operate their humanitarian assistance through multilaterals and the largest of the NGOs. And what we have submitted essentially is that there are civil society networks, such as church networks, who are functioning through agencies such as Baptist World Aid Australia, who is a fully accredited member of the ANCP, that have the existing relationships and networks and capability to achieve a far greater level of proportionality for the delivery of humanitarian aid where it is really most desperately needed. And that is what we're hearing from our diaspora members week after week, that in a country such as Myanmar, that is enormous geographically, that has 50 million people spread rurally, largely still as an agrarian country, there's significant portions of the country that are receiving absolutely no humanitarian assistance at all. I'd like to reassert our support for the recommendations of the due diligence inquiry conducted by the last Parliament, but we certainly have concerns that the Australian government didn't support those recommendations and their interest in taking even this type of inquiry seriously for improving humanitarian assistance. This is a time when the Australian government could be displaying significant global leadership in addressing this crisis. Affected peoples are giving time and commitment to speaking to these inquiries, including diaspora members from Myanmar, and we do hope that the recommendations that come from this inquiry are taken seriously. Thank you very much.
Mr Bartlett, thank you so much. I'll now go to questions and give the call to Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. And I am asking a couple of questions on behalf of my colleague, Senator Dean Smith, and he would just like to get an understanding, as would I, about the priorities for the Australian government, if you can be focused on that, please, specific on that. If we want to start with the CRPH.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Excuse my blindness. I got one eye blind. Thank you. So, first of all, thanks to my colleagues, everybody who came from, they use their own budget and fly from far away and use your own time, and thank you for your time. And firstly, that I just want to talk about the humanitarian. Since the 2021 coup, the military junta has finally suppressed any opposition to military rule. Firstly, the junta has detained more than 30,357 people for political reasons, subjecting them to torture and executions. Secondly, 7,738 civilians have been killed by junta forces, including about 1,000 children. Thirdly, junta forces have repeatedly attacked civilians through airstrikes on towns, camps, schools, and medical facilities. Fourth, after seizing villages, junta forces plant landmines near homes, places of worship, food and water sources, and IDP rules. In 2024, more than 1,600 casualties from mines and unexploded ordnance were recorded, the highest global for the second year running. Fifth, the junta continues to obstruct humanitarian aid. Six, all of the junta's actions not only causes death and injury, but also spread fear, disrupt livelihoods, and worsen economic hardship. Finally, because of the junta's action, over 3.5 million people are displaced and nearly 20 million are in need of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And sorry, I can't see very well. Bartlett, thank you. Did you have anything you wanted to add on behalf of Baptist Australia?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the situation in Myanmar being not just incredibly distressing from a human rights point of view, obviously for our diaspora member, everything related to Myanmar is complex in terms of the composition of the country as well. And it's of significance that last year when we had a gathering in Brisbane of what was called the Baptist World Congress, it's an event that happens every 5 years, and we had significant representation from many people groups in Myanmar that traditionally have a long history of conflict and difficulty, tensions between them. They came together in an act of unity seeking the support of the Australian Baptist Church, largely at a point of desperation in terms of basic human need at this point. So not neglecting the fact that there's an extremely complex geopolitical situation and that there's been much discussion about sanctions, and we certainly appreciate those that and have supported a number of those in collaboration and campaigns with some of those that have spoken today as well. But by and large, representing the community here today, what I would like to elevate to a point of priority is just the simple basic needs. If this inquiry is focused on human rights and we regard existing as a human a right to exist, that's what's being neglected for many people in Myanmar. And we certainly believe that through creating, exploring various avenues regarding the modality for the delivery of aid, in particular in consultation with neighbouring countries, as has been mentioned and suggested as well by others, and involving faith groups in those areas, both in Thailand and India in particular. You know, we think that there's the possibility of actually stepping into a space that has been left vacant because of just such a dramatic availability and funding. So thank you.
So you're suggesting that there could be some flexibility in the way that we do provide humanitarian assistance in the region?
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously a challenge to get assistance into the region, and sometimes your traditional aid deliveries of traditional methods of aid delivery being through governments, you know, falls down when a government is not recognised as legitimate by, you know, significant portion of the country. And so then that, you know, we would suggest that there are other possibilities for making sure that aid gets to where it needs to go.
So can I clarify that the Australian government, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, is not interested in that sort of flexibility at the moment?
I'm not. I wouldn't want to say that categorically that they're not interested in that sort of flexibility, and even would want to. I'm happy to put on the record as well that in a consultation from the Humanitarian Department from DFAT just last week, there's a recognition what was made that this is the most desperate humanitarian situation in our region, and there was interest in further dialogue. But as far as what we've made as a submission to this inquiry and to the last one, it doesn't seem to be much of an appetite at the moment for example, in providing some flexibility to DFAT's due diligence framework. And we haven't, as I said, whilst $370 million over the next 3 years is a very significant amount of money, we haven't been engaged or invited in any way to tender for that, such as has been the case in response to other humanitarian situations, such as the landslides in Papua New Guinea a couple of years ago, for example.
So you have been engaged for that, but not for...
Yeah, so the faith-based NGO actors that are part of CANDO, the Church Agency Network Disaster Organisation, in situations, in areas, places like Papua New Guinea where the Church has a long history of working with local communities, it's those places sometimes the Church is turned to as an advisor, even in those able to provide the best help on the ground.
Well, that is very interesting, because I am absolutely well aware of the huge role that the Baptist Church plays here in Australia for the diaspora from Burma, but particularly around the world as well. Those transnational networks are so important for supporting everybody back at home.
Yeah.
And so it surprises me that the Australian government isn't looking to that to be able to provide that support. So I just wonder if anybody might be able to comment on, I guess, the support that the diaspora could get here in Australia from the government and being able to help with all of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, for various reasons, the Baptist Church is by and large is represented best in from the peoples from Karen State, Chin and Kachin states, and so those are the regional areas that we are probably able to speak to the fact that we think if we were engaged in an opportunity to to answer some of the questions that I'm sure DFAT would have in terms of what an alteration to the regular due diligence framework would look like, we'd be able to construct something creatively together to a good end. Not a perfect end. I think that we need to have realistic expectations in Myanmar. It's incredibly complex at every point of working with and serving and trying and just in the process of hoping to see some hope exist for folks that have felt largely hopeless for a very long time.
Very long time. world's longest running civil war, I believe. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Shoebridge.
And thank you for the submission too. But we heard that same call really from the Myanmar campaign network about finding non-state ways of delivering aid in Myanmar, not going through the junta, but finding non-state actors, resistance movements, ethnic resistance movements and others, and delivering aid through those non-state actors. I'll come back to you, Reverend Bartlett, but the other witnesses, do you agree that that should be a focus for Australia?
Yes, Senator, can I contribute a little bit? Thank you. Firstly, channel humanitarian and stabilization funding directly to trusted local governance structures, ethnic service providers, and community-based organizations operating in resistance-held areas. Secondly, expand cross-border and mechanisms via Thailand, India, and Bangladesh to bypass junta's restrictions. Thirdly, support the service delivery capacity of organizations in area outside military control who are already providing essential services, such as fund and supply community-run clinics, mobile health teams, and referral networks, including medicines and trauma care. Support interim education systems, including teacher stipends, learning materials, and accreditation pathways for students. Invest water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructures managed by local administrations. Finally, provide technical support, IDP camp management, food distribution, and shelter. So the second thing is help strengthen local governance and administration in area outside military control, such as provide technical assistance, support development of inclusive local governance models, training in humanitarian principles and international human rights and standards. Finally, support early warning systems, civilian evacuation planning and landmine clearance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is now becoming a common theme. I think I said my Myanmar campaign network was the Myanmar Research Centre's position, and I think that neatly supports what your position too, Reverend Bartlett. But given the shortness of time, I might just go to another point, which is, we saw with the earthquake and the desperate humanitarian need. There's this terrible situation where, a big chunk of Myanmar is controlled by a brutal junta, and you have a desperate want to provide humanitarian assistance wherever you can. So some kind of engagement with the junta is to get some of the humanitarian assistance, I think, is inevitable. But one of the concerns is that when aid is going into the junta, it's being used as a kind of almost like a currency by the junta and being diverted for non-aid purposes. How do we deal with that conflict?
Yeah, it's certainly a great question, and I'm sure is actually the right question to be asking in terms of is certainly the right question to be asking in terms of what the due diligence framework that DFAT has tries to mitigate. And in probably the best way that I can answer it is to say that in the bordering areas of Karen State and in Chin State, for example, places where, again, speaking from our own context and background, that the Baptist Church has significant influence and really operates as the body politic in some areas. But there's the opportunity in areas that are not under control from the Tatmadaw for the network of those in the bordering countries to be able to provide safe passage into the country. And we've got evidence of that. And so there are organised sort of institutions in nearby areas, both in Thailand and in Mizoram in India, where we would be able to organise and administer the delivery of aid through those areas, again, if there was the modality in which to do so.
I understand. Could I ask the other witnesses, when there's desperate humanitarian need like that, some engagement with the junta to get some aid through is, has the difficulty of watching the junta divert the aid, use it for its own purposes, politicise the aid delivery. How do we respond to those political issues as well? Yeah, Mr.
In NUG and EROs, I'd like to explain a little bit. NUG and EROs and network is like not only Thai, Burma, India, Burma, Bangladesh, not cross-border. So I'd like to explain that in Mid or Burma and Sakai, Makui, Mandalay area. That is NUG and EROs are good to network because it's a military that keep blocking the aid or medication or whatever the needed area. It's completely blocked. But NUG is a good management and look at governance and the delivery of medication, education as well. They've done a really good job in that area. Yeah.
So it comes back to prioritising those non-state actions.
Yes.
And that's pretty clear from all the witnesses we're getting. All right. Thanks. I'm sorry. Have we said? I'm sorry, I had to step out earlier. But is every witness of the mind that one thing the Australian government could do right now is absolutely, clearly, unambiguously declare that the elections are invalid and that the so-called government, as a result of the elections, should not be recognised? Did we say that's an urgent matter for the government?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, as I said before, Senator, as I said before, so the Australian government has rejected the military Shang election, but it's not enough. Not enough. This is a non-recognition alone is insufficient. That's why CRPH and NUG spokesperson so today we like to request to the proper immediately to the permanent visa bans. It's we need to do because the statement in there they call it returning authority, which means it's not directly, indirectly recognize the government. It's not government. This is in the statement, Austrian statement. So that's what we're really concerning about as well. That.
Yeah. Thanks, Arun, and I'm sorry about. I know there's time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Shoebridge. Thank you all very much for your attendance today. We are most grateful, including travelling to Canberra. Responses to questions on notice are due by Friday the 27th of February 2026. Again, our sincere thanks. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Please come forward to the table where we need to finish by midday, so we're really operating at a fast pace.
Chair, just if it assists, I can state or quarter past if that assists. If the chair can.
Well, I've got we can take that offline, but I'm endeavouring to finish by 12.
It's just.
Yeah, I know. So, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. Kate Smith, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Southeast Asia Regional and Mainland Division in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Ms Smith.
Andreas Zubrig, Acting Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Mainland Branch, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Mr Zubrig. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee as part of your inquiry into the state of democracy and human rights in Myanmar.
What I might do, Ms Smith, do you mind tabling your opening statement just because we are so short of time?
Senator, I'm very happy to provide it through to the Secretariat, but I have annotated it, so I prefer not to table it in its current form, but I can send it through immediately after the hearing if that is acceptable to you.
Yes, that is, of course, that's totally fine. Haven't got an unannotated copy?
I do not. It looks a bit like that.
And maybe just briefly the highlights.
That would be fine.
Certainly,
just give us a quick snapshot.
Yep.
Yes,
of course. We acknowledge, we know the situation is dire. Myanmar is the second most conflict-affected country in the world. 1/3 of the population is in need of immediate humanitarian assistance. 3.6 million people are internally displaced. We have consistently condemned the regime's atrocities, ongoing attacks against civilians, including airstrikes. We continue to support ASEAN's ongoing efforts to seek a peaceful resolution to the crisis, including those of the Special Envoy. Recent elections were held amid ongoing violence and repression and without meaningful participation from opposition parties, and in the absence of large sections of the population being able to participate. As the Foreign Minister said in her statement on the 1st of February, the elections did not meet the conditions for free, fair or inclusive process. We have consistently called for the cessation of violence, the release of all those unjustly detained, safe and unimpeded humanitarian access, and inclusive dialogue among all stakeholders. And we look to the incoming Myanmar authorities to put in place measures that reflect ASEAN's 5-point consensus, genuine efforts that alleviate human suffering, improve economic, social conditions, and advance a sustainable resolution.
All right, thanks very much, Ms Smith. I've got some questions to kick off.
Certainly.
What practical steps could Australia take in tandem with its international partners to strengthen enforcement of human rights in Myanmar without further exacerbating the conflict?
Thank you for your question, Senator. As others have spoken to, it is a very complicated situation, and it is a situation that we discuss regularly with a range of international counterparts, going to the very point that you raise. Of course, we continue to support formal international accountability efforts with respect to human rights violations and abuses, including through the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar. And we continue to raise the situation with respect to human rights in a range of fora, in addition to the statements that the Foreign Minister has released on the 10th of December, a departmental statement on the 10th of December and the Foreign Minister's statement on the 1st of February. We participated in the UN High-Level Conference on Rohingya and the situation of other minorities in Myanmar in September. That was in New York, and our Ambassador and Permanent Representative, James Larson, delivered a statement in which we were expressing our continued concern about the situation in Myanmar and the plans around the elections process. On the 25th of August last year, we released a departmental statement marking the 8th anniversary of the Myanmar military's attacks against the Rohingya. Of course, on the 1st of August, the Foreign Minister was reported in The Australian with respect to comments she made urging the Myanmar regime to engage in genuine and inclusive political dialogue with all stakeholders and noting concern about the upcoming elections process. And on the 10th of June 2025, again, Ambassador Larson delivered a statement expressing our deep concern at the regime's human rights violations, sexual and gender-based violence and discrimination against minorities. So together with our efforts through ASEAN, we continue to seek all avenues and channels on which we can maintain attention on the situation and put pressure for an improvement in conditions.
Just a couple more questions. Just if you could answer them. I'm so sorry to ask you to be brief, but we're just obviously racing against the clock. How would you describe the effectiveness of Australia's sanctions against individuals and entities associated with the military regime in Myanmar?
Senator, we have, since the coup, used our sanctions judiciously to target those regime leaders responsible for deposing the democratic government, for repressing and committing violence towards the people of Myanmar, and also to limit the regime's access to funds and military material that enable it to commit atrocities against its own people. And in this regard, I would draw the committee's attention to sanctions that were imposed on the 1st of February 2024 with respect to limiting access to funds for arms and jet fuel, so on 2 regime-controlled banks that enable the purchase of arms and material, and 3 Myanmar-based companies that provide jet fuel to the Myanmar military. On the 1st of February 2023, we of course imposed autonomous sanctions on those directly responsible for the coup and for the ongoing repression and violence in Myanmar, targeting 16 members of the State Administration Council and 2 Myanmar military-controlled entities. Senator, with respect to further sanctions measures, it will not surprise you that I will need to say that we do not speculate about future sanctions considerations or measures, so I'm a little bit limited in what I can say on that.
No, I appreciate that. I'll now hand over to Senator Shoebridge. Sorry, Chair. Chair. I'm so used to calling you Chair or weekend estimates. Senator Ciccone, I didn't appreciate you've got some questions. Apologies.
That's all right. Thanks, Chair. Hello. I just want to quickly ask, I know you touched on about statements, but just for clarity, did Australia issue a statement to mark the 5th anniversary of the elections on the 1st of Feb?
Yes, we did. Senator, the Foreign Minister issued a statement on the 1st of February marking 5 years since the coup.
Okay, and in terms of the content of that statement, just very briefly.
Certainly. So we noted, of course, that the people of Myanmar have endured escalating violence, widespread human rights violations and severe humanitarian suffering. We noted that the crisis continued unabated. The figures that I outlined a little earlier about the sheer numbers of people in need in the country, the fact that the economy has contracted significantly, transnational and serious organised crime has flourished, threatening regional stability. Concerns about elections were highlighted in that statement, noting that the conditions in which the elections occurred did not meet those for free, fair and inclusive elections. We repeated the fact that we've consistently condemned the regime's brutal and ongoing atrocities against the people of Myanmar, continue to judge the Myanmar military by its actions, continue to support ASEAN's 5-point consensus as the framework for addressing the situation, and we urge its full implementation. Statement also noted that Australia looks to the incoming Myanmar authorities to put in place measures that reflect the 5-point consensus, including cessation of violence, safe and unhindered humanitarian access without discrimination for all those in need, and a commitment to genuine inclusive dialogue among all stakeholders, called for the release of all those unjustly detained. The statement noted that Australia is ready to support genuine efforts to alleviate humanitarian suffering, improve economic and social conditions and advance a sustainable resolution to the ongoing crisis. And of course we continue to stand with the people of Myanmar, sharing their ambitions for a better future.
It's fair to say that Australia's probably taken a public position on elections on multiple occasions, and you've obviously issued multiple statements. If you, in the same light, maybe take that on notice and just in light of time with what information you can provide the committee. Further to that, has Australia then regularly issued statements regarding the conduct of the regime?
Yes, we have, Senator, and if you'd like further detail on that, I can take that on notice.
If you could, that would be great. Some of the flavour of those statements or any other further detail that you could provide. And for clarity too, we don't have an ambassador in country, is that right?
We are represented in Myanmar at chargé d'affaires level.
And why is that?
Following the coup, the decision was taken that that was the appropriate level for our representation to be at.
And I'm assuming that's a standard process or normal course of action for governments to take in these instances?
Each situation is, of course, considered on a case-by-case basis, but the decision was taken that that was appropriate in these circumstances.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the submission. I note the statement on 1 February about the elections said they did not meet the conditions for free, fair and inclusive elections, but we've heard a unanimous call from witnesses before here to make it very clear that not only was the process not free and fair, but the outcomes are illegitimate, and a call for the Australian government to clearly say they do not accept the outcomes of the election, nor do they accept the legitimacy of the government that's formed after the election. Will the Australian government clearly make that statement?
Senator, the Australian government's position is clear that the elections process did not meet the conditions for free, fair or inclusive elections for the reasons that we've outlined. It would not be appropriate for me to speculate on further positions that the government might take.
Well, will you take on notice whether or not, given the elections were not free, fair, will you take on notice whether the government will then make the obvious conclusion from that, that the outcome is an illegitimate government?
I can take your question on notice, Senator.
There is a very large gap between the breadth of sanctions that have been applied by, for example, the European Union, compared to the much narrower set of sanctions applied by Australia. That gap is in the financial space, including failing to sanction the economic bank, which is seen as very much a sort of workaround used by the junta to get financial support for the junta. But it's also the almost complete absence in Australian sanctions of state-owned enterprises, which is another critical way the junta supports itself economically. Can you explain why there is such a chasm between the comprehensive sanctions in the EU and the far narrower sanctions by Australia?
Senator, it would of course be for my sanctions colleagues to speak in more detail about our sanctions frameworks, but perhaps to say, of course, each country's sanctions framework and thresholds work slightly differently. So options that are open to some countries are not necessarily open to all countries. We keep our sanctions settings with respect to Myanmar under very close review, and as I've said, we're not in a position to speculate about potential sanctions measures, but we do stay in close consultation with our European and other like-minded partners on respective sanctions approaches and work within the frameworks that we have to consider that.
Just given the time, if you could provide some further detail explaining the discrepancies on notice. And I also note that the Parliament recently made very clear amendments so that organs of the state and controlled by the state can now be the subject of Australian sanctions, and that happened in the context of Iran, but it would also apply to Myanmar. Can you confirm on notice whether or not those amendments by Parliament removes any impediment to now sanction state-owned enterprises?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
I know your submission refers to the Development Cooperation fact sheet on aid, which sets out that the aid being provided by Australia is actually is in the order of about $120 million. But again, pretty much every witness we've heard has said they want to focus on Australian aid going not to the junta or areas, through the junta, but on non-state actors, and particularly those ethnic and other resistance movements that control about a third of Myanmar. Where is Australian aid going? Is it going through the junta, or is it going to those non-state actors? And will you consider reshaping aid to prioritise non-state actors?
So, Senator, I can say that we have taken proactive steps to ensure that our aid is not going to the regime, nor lends the regime credibility or legitimacy. That's been a very important aspect of our program. I'll invite my colleague to speak in more detail about the aid aspects of your question.
I just know we've got a very short amount of time. I know Senator Collins, so if you could be very focused on it.
Yes, thank you, Senator. As Ms Smith has indicated, the Australian government is committed to quite a generous and important development and humanitarian program to the people of Myanmar. As you referred to the fact sheet, in the last financial years, the Australian government has committed over $590 million in development and humanitarian assistance. So that's roughly about the third largest development cooperation program we have in Southeast Asia. As Ms Smith has indicated, we do not provide our assistance to state-based actors, and we take active steps to ensure that our assistance is not provided to the regime. Our assistance is provided to multilateral organisations, including United Nations agencies, organisations such as the Red Cross, international NGOs, local NGOs. All of these implementing partners have passed our due diligence requirements, and there are reasons why we work with these organisations. I would also like to add, Caden, to your point, Senator, that while our assistance, and I've listened to some of the previous evidence about providing assistance to local organisations, so while our assistance is provided mainly to these larger organisations, they work with these local organisations, including religious and ethnic-based organisations on the ground, to deliver our investments as sub-partners and implementing partners. One thing I would like to add, Senator, due to the nature of the security situation in Myanmar is that we do not publicise our local implementing partners. As you appreciate, there are security concerns that the staff of development organisations, humanitarian personnel face.
Just given the time, can I ask you to respond on notice in more detail to the positions put by the Myanmar Research Centre and particularly by the Australian Baptist Ministries about delivery of aid through non-state actors and reviewing some of the due diligence restrictions to ensure the aid is getting where it's needed? And could I also ask you to respond on notice to the question of increased aid to displaced persons, particularly in the Cox's Bazar refugee centre, refugee camps, massive camps, as well as the refugee camps on the Thai-Myanmar border. Could you respond about the level of aid and whether or not Australia is intending to meet some of the gap that's caused as a result of US aid being withdrawn? If you could answer those things on notice.
Yes, we can take that
And my
on
final
notice.
question is, on notice, can you address the calls, repeated calls we've had for Australia to work bilaterally with Bangladesh, India and Thailand to find new avenues for aid and support to come into resistance groups? Can you take those on notice?
Yes, we can, Senator.
Senator Shoebridge, thank you so much. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to, put on the record here that I understand that your sanctions, future sanctions, you won't be able to speculate on.
Thank you, Senator.
But I will be following very closely as to whether the central bank, the private banks that are now facilitating forced remittances for the Tatmadaw that's fueling this war will be followed up on through the sanctions framework. And also, as we've heard about today, supply chains of materials coming into Australia that are being built, that are building everyday goods for Australians, particularly through the teak trade. I want to follow on from the funding gap that Senator Shoebridge just raised. We have heard many, many concerns of people particularly on the Thai-Burma border, 100,000 people still there 4 decades later. They are terrified about this 18-month funding gap from the Australian government. So if we can provide on notice whether the Australian government is actually going to be plugging that gap, whether that gap still exists and whether they will be funding that gap. In terms of the fear about funding for these refugee camps and for the refugee camps, are you aware if the United Nations is trying to encourage people to repatriate and whether the Australian government is looking to increase its humanitarian resettlement from those refugee camps to Australia?
Senator, to clarify, you're talking about refugee camps on the Thai-Myanmar border and or the camps in Cox's Bazar? I may have missed the outset of your question, sorry.
You can reflect on both.
Okay.
I'd like to have a response on both of them, please.
Certainly. Obviously take the points on notice that you have raised. With respect to the plight of the Rohingyas in Cox's Bazar, we've committed over $1.26 billion in humanitarian assistance since 2017 to the people of Myanmar, the displaced Rohingyas in Bangladesh and their host communities. This includes...
I'm not interested in the funding that's going there. I'm interested in the future for them and whether they're being asked to... The pressure to repatriate is real. They feel that. But their home is not ready to go back to. There are landmines. There are no services. It is very dangerous. There are airstrikes. They are safer in these refugee camps, but the aid is being withdrawn and cut. And we have heard people here in Australia advocating for their people at home, but there are funding cuts. And so my question is the Australian government looking to help repatriate people, give them more funding, or help them come to Australia?
Senator, when you say, are we assisting to repatriate people, we are not advocating for the repatriation of individuals into a dangerous situation. And if we
Are you aware of the UNers?
The UNers.
Are you aware if the UN is still encouraging people to repatriate?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
The position that we very clearly put most recently at the high-level conference in September, which is a position that we have had, is our consistent position with respect to Rohingya return into Myanmar. Of course, we would support that in conditions where it could be voluntary, safe, dignified and sustainable. Those conditions do not currently exist. And until that occurs, we will continue to support displaced Rohingyas in Bangladesh. And I appreciate that the details with respect to the funding that we are providing most recently into additional support for Rohingyas in Bangladesh is something that perhaps we can give on notice rather than something that, in the interest of time, the committee wishes to hear about at the moment. But that is certainly something that we are focused on. And the additional $370 million three-year package, which is commencing this year, really does take into account that ongoing dreadful situation in the camps in Cox's Bazar.
But that's for the Rohingya, not for the Thai-Burma border, which has been there for 40 years.
With respect to... Sorry, Senator, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. If we can get notice of that funding, the funding gap, that would be great.
Of course, Senator.
Question on notice. What the Australian government is doing to help dismantle the organised crime and transnational networks that are funding this war, the scam centres particularly. And one yes or no question is whether the government considers whether the Australian government considers the current regime in Myanmar to be legitimate prior to the election. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Collins.
Sorry, that's just a yes or no answer.
No,
on
I
that
just
one.
want to go to Senator Smith first.
Can I just have a yes or no answer on that question? It's just a yes or no. So prior to the election, did the Australian government consider the regime in Myanmar to be legitimate?
Senator, we have a long-standing position of recognising states, not governments, but the position that the Australian government has consistently taken with respect to the regime really underscores our concern about the way in which they deposed a democratically elected government, came to power and have been acting with respect to the people of Myanmar since that time.
Thanks, Senator Collins. Senator Shoebridge, to you briefly, noting we have to finish at 10 past 12.
I did ask about the development cooperation fact sheet, but could you provide to the committee a breakdown of how much of the current aid budget is going through areas controlled by the junta, as far as you understand it, and how much of it is going to areas controlled by non-state actors in the other third of the country? If you could provide that on notice. I know it might be difficult because some of the programs, but to the best of your ability.
Yes, Senator, we will try our best. As I indicated earlier, we do need to be careful about how much information we release in terms of how much we fund and where we fund and who we fund, for the safety of not inadvertently identifying and putting at risk our implementing partners. But our funding does reach every province in Myanmar, and that includes the regime control as well as the non-regime control
with as
areas.
much granularity as you can without putting anyone at risk.
Thank you, Senator. We will.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I just make the observation that, of course, private briefings from officials to the committee are an option in which sensitive information can be shared with senators as a way of building and maintaining our confidence in regards to the government's approach to this and other issues. Am I correct to say that previously there was a Myanmar task force in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade? And if there was, does the task force still continue?
Senator, yes, there was a Myanmar task force that was stood up in response to the coup. With respect to specific timeframes, that's not detail that I have in front of me. The task force is no longer exists in name as such, but we have a dedicated Myanmar capability within the department across both the Myanmar political section and the Myanmar development section. So we have two sections looking at two key elements of the ongoing crisis in the department. It is no longer badged as a task force, but that is where the capability sits.
Does the department recognise how important disrupting the importation of aviation fuel is as a means to curtail the success of the regime in continuing violence against civilians?
Yes, Senator. We spoke a little bit earlier about the sanctions that Australia applied, focused on stemming jet fuel supply in February 2024. We're also very conscious that other partners have put complementary sanctions on with respect to the supply of aviation fuel. Those are settings that remain under regular review.
Are the effectiveness of those sanctions assessed? And have they been assessed to be effective or ineffective as it relates specifically to the importation of aviation fuel?
Senator, I can take that question on notice.
Thank you. In a line of questioning I pursued earlier, I identified a Reuters report that detailed cooperation between the Iranian regime and the Burmese regime in regards to the existence of two vessels importing aviation fuel into Myanmar. One of those vessels is sanctioned, and based on my inquiry, I can't see a sanction on the second one. On notice, could you just now, if necessary, and perhaps this is what we might pursue as a next step as a committee more generally, is to seek a more detailed but private discussion briefing with the department about the sanctions regime. And then finally, if you could just provide to us details of how the government is engaging with Myanmar neighbours, India, Bangladesh, as a way of, well, in order to try and facilitate an alternative in addition to the ASEAN mechanism. So I might just leave, I might just leave it at that, and just thank you very much for your continued cooperation and attention to these matters, which are, top of mind, well, which are the top of mind for many Australians, but not least, of course, those of Burmese heritage in our country.
Of course. Thank you, Senator. I take those questions on notice.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. And that concludes our hearing today. Thank you so much for appearing as witnesses. We do very much appreciate it. And again, to all witnesses for accommodating our truncated time schedule. The committee would appreciate it if responses to questions on notice are provided by Friday, the 27th of February, 2026. Thank you again to all witnesses who appeared, to Hansard and to Broadcasting and to the Secretariat for your assistance. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.